Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this February 21st of 2023. Also, it's Fat Tuesday. So for those of you celebrating Mardi Gras, it's a bit of a festive day for us today. With that, as is typical, we will turn things over to our zoning manager after we have an invocation and pledge. If I can see if we have Pastor Robbie Baxter, are you here today with Christ Community Church? You may join us up front and provide our invocation, and I will lead the pledge once you've concluded. Thank you. For those of you willing and able, please rise for our invocation and pledge.
Good morning, everyone. Why don't you join me as we pray? Well, Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you and we give you thanks for this new day that you put into our hands. Lord, we give you thanks that your mercies are new for us every morning. Lord, we give you thanks that you have allowed us to live in this county, and we give you thanks for this Board of Commissioners. Lord, we know that you have told us that you are the one ultimately who has put them in their position of authority, and you've told us to honor them because of the work that they do. We are glad to do it, Lord. We thank you for the work that they do. We thank you for the wisdom that they have, and we ask this morning that you would abundantly pour that out upon them. Help them to seek justice and equity, the things that you love. We also ask, Lord, for those who often work behind the scenes. Lord, we know that their work sometimes goes unappreciated, but we know that you see it. And Lord, we ask that they would be encouraged in their work, and they would be encouraged not to grow weary in doing good. Lord, we pray for our part that we as citizens would be, even in these places where we often deal with issues that are contentious, people who seek unity and peace. Lord, that we be people who would lift up your name as we seek to make it known and we live out the love that you have so richly showered upon us. Lord, this day, help us to seek the things that honor you. Help us to love the things that you command, desire what you promise, that so among all the changes that this day may bring, our hearts may really be fixed in heaven where true joy is to be found. We ask this all in the name of Jesus, the Savior of sinners. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor, for that gracious invocation. With that, our meeting is called to order. I will turn things over to our staff.
Yes, Chairwoman, I think two commissioners have a statement they're going to present.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Gambrill.
Thank you. When the board first entered executive session in March of 2022 to discuss the home rule challenge, I challenged the county attorney's office on the premise and requested outside counsel to be sought. While the county attorney's office claims the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia provided legal advice, I too am in receipt of the documents from the ACCG regarding home rule, to which it clearly defines the limits of the Board of Constitutional Powers as to redistricting. I also contend that the Board of Commissioners did not follow the home rule challenge in its entirety. As stated and recorded in previous minutes, the Georgia Supreme Court has ruled that the Georgia Constitution limits legislative action by the Board of Commissioners to matters for which no provision has been made by general law. Federal court in Georgia have ruled that the General Assembly is the only legislative body with the power to enact redistricting legislation for the counties. The county has received letters from the Georgia State Attorney General, Chris Carr, stating that the Cobb County Commissioners' move to amend its electoral redistricting map is inappropriate and not legally binding. C. Ryan Germany, General Counsel for the Office of the Secretary of State, quote, "You should not consider the ministerial function of filing the amendment with our office or the publishing of the amendment to be a comment on whether the amendment is allowable under state law or a proper exercise of authority by the Cobb County Commission, nor should you rely on it to attempt to establish the validity of this amendment. In fact," he continues, "it appears that the amendment is very likely an unauthorized exercise of authority by the Cobb County Commission that does not comply with Georgia law or the state constitution." Deputy Legislative Counsel D. Stuart Morelli, quote, "It is practically indisputable that a county home rule resolution or ordinance Changing the boundaries of the districts from which the county commissioners are elected would be an action affecting the procedure for the election of the county's governing authority. This is OCGA 3635 4.1. No such statutory authority exists for Georgia counties. On January 10th of 2023, I was unjustifiably removed from this dais and prevented from representing my constituents and carrying out the duties I was elected to perform based on an opinion that is not supported by law or policies of this board. While I am here representing my constituents and fulfilling my duties as an elected official, I hereby request the clerk to attach this statement to each vote that is recorded herein.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Yes, for the record, I'd like to add the following statement to each vote taken. I do not support the home rule challenge of the majority of this board. It is unconstitutional and illegal. I voted against the amended map 3 times in 2022, January 25th, October 11th, and October 25th. I have a duty to represent my constituents and will not have my vote suppressed, as I was duly elected on November 8th, 2022, under the state map, House Bill 1154, voted on by the Georgia General Assembly in February 2022 and signed into law by Governor Kemp on March 2nd, 2022, and certified by the Cobb Board of Elections on November 15th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. For those who are here and just need some context, last year, the Board of Commissioners asserted home rule to support a district map that was voted on by the majority of this board. There were some nuances as to how the district map was drawn by the State Assembly, which resulted in this board asserting home rule under the Georgia Constitution. I am confident in the advisement that we received from our county attorney in our assertion of home rule, which will stand unless that is challenged successfully in a court of law or is made null through an act of the Georgia General Assembly. With that, we will move forward with today's meeting. I will turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, to walk us through today's zoning agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We would ask that when the case is called, that the applicant please stand up and raise their hand so they can show they are in attendance. Then after that, we're going to call the same case to see if there's anyone opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand up and raise their hand so they can be counted for the record. After recognizing both parties, they will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or their concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time, and there's not a process for rebuttal. So you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, the board may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are 3 cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z71 of 2022, Hamilton Homes Holdings, LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Next case is SLEP1 of 2023, Tara Broughton. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. And the last case that's withdrawn is other business item number 2 of 2023, Jeffrey Mack. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been either held or continued by the Planning Commissioner staff, and these cases will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z55 of 2022, Kenneth B. Clary. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z55 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z59 of 2022, Glenside Mapleton LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 21st, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So Z59 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z60 of 2022, Brands Acquisition Company LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z60 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z61 of 2022, Green Community Development LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 21st, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So Z61 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z65 of 2022, Drapac Investments LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z65 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z67 of 2022, S&B Investments Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z67 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z81 of 2022, Prime Properties 9 LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z81 will not be heard today. LUP 23 of 2022, Coiman Haliado Mazareos Reyes. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 23 will not be heard today. SLUP 11 of 2022, Glenside Mapleton LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 21st, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So SLUP 11 will not be heard today. Other business item number 48 of 2022, Alva Glass. This case was continued by the Board of Commissioners until the March 21st, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 48 will not be heard today. Other business item number 56 of 2022, Stein Investment Group. This case was continued by the staff until the March 21st, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 56 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z2 of 2023, SWI Investments Inc. LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z3 of 2023, Cynthia Jones and Cindy Nash Enterprises LLC. This case was continued by staff to the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So rezoning case Z3 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z4 of 2023, Noble Storage LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z4 will not be heard today. SLEP 2 of 2023, Noble Storage LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the March 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 2 will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 3 of 2023, Mills Veterinary Property Cat Clinic and Rehab Center. This case was continued by the staff until the March 21st, 2023 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 3 will not be heard today. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your phone. When the phones ring in the room, they do interfere with the broadcast and the presentation. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing date. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Madam Chairman, Board, there is one case on today's agenda which is requesting an early head count. So I'm going to call for people in support and opposed to this next case. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to SLEP 16 of 2022, Hillels of Georgia Incorporated? Please stand up, raise your hand. Let the record show there's 9 people here opposed to SLEP 16. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of SLEP 16? Please stand and raise your hands. Let the record show there's 4 people here in support. And I would like to remind both sides I need to leave at least one person here to address the board when the case is called.
John, there's also been a request for an early head count for Z66.
Okay. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z66 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC? Please raise your hands. That's opposed. Let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to rezoning case Z66 of 2022. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z66 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC? Six.
Former Commissioner Ott's hand may count twice.
Maybe we shouldn't count
Good
that
to
one at all.
How about, yeah, not counting at all?
Good to see you this morning.
Let the record show there's 6 people here in support, and I would also remind the applicants in opposition to rezoning case Z66, at least one person needs to stay here in the room so they can address the board when the case is called. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for February 21st, 2023. First case on consent is rezoning case Z72 of 2022, Brock Built Homes LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to R20 LLC for a single-family subdivision in land lot 129 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Friendship Church Road across from Wesley Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the R20 OSC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Parks Huff dated January 26, 2022, with the following changes. A, item number 1, change to 21 homes, or change 22 homes to 21 homes, and change 1.56 units per acre to 1.55 units per acre. B, item number 5, add to the end, no chain link fences allowed. Number 2, mail kiosks shall be located on commonly owned or HOA homeowners association property, not on a lot. Number 3, all lots shall be 13,000 square feet. Number 4, a distance of at least 22 feet shall be maintained between all houses on adjoining lots. Number 5, not less than 2% of the tract will be made a second open space along Friendship Church Road. Such area to include a berm of 4 feet in height, if possible, where such area abuts the lots nearest to Friendship Church Road. Number 6, developer to submit landscaping, grading, and tree save plans to the district commissioner prior to pulling a land disturbance permit with the district commissioner to have final approval over each plan and the final building plans. Number 7, all staff comments and recommendations, including additional comments provided by staff. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z72?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z7.
We have an addition for the next case.
I just have to clarify something on the next case. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
Rezoning case Z77 of 2022, Lidl U.S. Operations LLC, Deborah Pyburn, request a rezoning from NS and CRC to CRC for a grocery store in land lots 565 and 566 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Piedmont Road and on the west side of Canton Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the CRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, letter of agreeable conditions from Deborah Pyburn dated January 26, 2023. Number 2, site plan dated January 20th, 2023, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number 3, install an 8-foot landscape enhancement strip adjacent to Piedmont Road and Canton Road, as shown on the site plan dated January 20th, 2023. Number 4, adhere to Canton Road guidelines. Number 5, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 6, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 7, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. And number 8, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z77?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay.
Yes. John, when you say DOT comments, you do have the revised comments dated 2/1/23 for the record?
Madam
wanna-
Chair, we can clarify that that includes the revised DOT comments.
I can pass them down if you need them. And I just also would like to thank Canton Road neighbors, the community, and the folks at Lidl for working together on all this, and we're looking forward to you opening soon.
Congrats.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z78 of 2022. Todd Woodruff requesting a rezoning from NS, GC, and R20 to NRC for a car wash in land lots 157 and 204 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shallowford Road, on the east side of Kent Road, and at the terminus of Old Shallowford Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter of agreeable conditions from Carol Brown dated January 23rd, 2023. Number two, site plan dated January 25th, 2023, with district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number three, adherence to Kent Road guidelines. Number four, dumpster enclosure to be constructed per county standards. Number five, signs must be permitted through the zoning division and must comply with the county sign ordinance. Number six, fire department comments and recommendations. Number seven, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number eight, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number nine, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. And number 10, site plan review comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z78?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. First case is LEP 21 of 2022. Roger Alexander requests a temporary land use permit for vehicle parking in land lot 235 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Kehealy Road, north of Myrtle Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, vehicle to be parked on a hardened surface. And number two, prior to the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing, the applicant submit confirmation as to the height of the vehicle. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 21?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 1 of 2023, Sergio Jamie Puga requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 204 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Kehealy Drive, east of Quinto Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, relocating three of the vehicles to another location to come into compliance with the code. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 1?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'd like to add to LUP 1, revised PC step number 1 to read, relocating 3 of the vehicles to another location at the end of the 12-month LUP to come into compliance with the code. The total number of vehicles should not exceed 5 vehicles, which includes a company truck. In the event the applicant no longer utilizes the company truck, the maximum number of vehicles shall not exceed 4. 2 vehicles are to be parked in the carport, and all other staff recommendations and comments not otherwise in conflict.
Okay, thank you. Okay, LEP number 2 of 2023, Jasmine Robles requests a temporary land use permit to allow a commercial truck to be parked on the property in land lots 277 and 300 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Spring Valley Road, northwest of Dink Lane. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, parking of box truck on the side of the house. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 2?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 3 of 2023, The Giving Gardens Incorporated requests a temporary land use permit to allow a community garden space, including animal husbandry, education, mobile food service, food sales, and intern housing in land lots 183 and 250 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Cooper Lake Road and on the east side of Waits Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, no parking on the right-of-way. All customer and client parking must be on the adjacent paved church property parking lot. Number two, no exterior signs. Number three, no outside storage allowed. And number four, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 3?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 4 of 2023, Garfield and Andrea McCook request a temporary land use permit for a personal care home in land lot 222 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Silesboro Road, west of Alatoona Lane. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, maximum of 12 residents. Number two, maintain turnaround capabilities of the driveway so that vehicles can exit the property frontwards. Number three, no exterior signs. Number four, maintain all state and county required permits. Number five, maintain size of the lot as it currently exists. And number six, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 4?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP number 5 of 2023, Caitlin Costello requests a temporary land use permit for a flower farm and sales in land lot 156 of the 1st District. The property is located on the north side of Sunset Trail, east of Bayless Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, no sales from this location. Number two, no exterior signs. And number three, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 5?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into other business cases on the consent agenda. First case is other business item number 1 of 2023, which is to consider a reduction of required lot size for VJ Kathari from 30,000 square feet to 22,642 square feet. The property is located on the east side of Cherry Hill Drive, west of Thunderbird Drive, in land lots 1088 and 1089 of the 17th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number one, lot size be approved at 22,643 square feet, and number two, water and sewer comments contained in the other business packet. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 1?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 6 of 2023 is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Stephen Terry regarding rezoning application Z47 of 2011. The property is located at the northwestern intersection of Busby Drive and the skip span connector, and on the east side of I-75 in land lots 360 and 361 of the 16th District, and districts in land lots 95 and 96 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, site plan showing the gate locations received January 17th, 2023. Number 2, fire department comments are contained in the other business packet. And number 3, all previous stipulations not in conflict with this amendment shall remain in effect. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 6?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And lastly, other business item number 7 of 2023 is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Retail Planning Corporation regarding rezoning applications Z82 of 2017 and number 452 of 1984 for property located at the southwestern intersection of Johnson Ferry Road and Woodlawn Parkway in land lots 13 and 14 of the 1st District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, proposed overall site plan and the site plan received January 17th, 2023, contained in the other business packet. Number 2, Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number 3, all previous stipulations not in conflict with this amendment to remain in effect. And Madam Chair and Board, I'm going to add number 4. We did receive a letter dated February 17th, 2023 from Kevin Moore that contains stipulations regarding this. So if it's okay with the Board, I'm going to add that to consent also.
Okay.
And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other cases that need to be added to consent? Commissioner Gambrill.
John, can we see if anyone here is opposed to LUP 24, 2022?
Okay. LEP 24 of 2022, Hiladia Escobar requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 60 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Kurtwood Drive, north of County Services Parkway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 24? There is no one opposed.
Okay. All right, Commissioner, if you can put forward a motion to add this to consent.
I'd like to make a motion to add LUP 24 of 2022 to the consent agenda.
I'll second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0.
And then, John, if we can, OB 8 of 2023.
Okay. For LEP 24, did we read in some conditions for that?
No, we didn't.
Staff comments? Or planning commission recommendations?
Planning Commission recommendations.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
do
they were on.
I need to amend the motion then?
Yeah.
Do we need to modify that?
Yes.
Or- Okay,
Okay.
so we'll modify the motion for.
Okay, do we need to
24.
rescind it since we already took a vote? Or just modify? Okay, okay. I'd like to modify the motion for LUP 24 of 2022.
Okay, I'll second.
I need to amend it. To include the recommendations of the Planning Commission to approve for 24 months, subject to, 1, the parking of all cars to be on a hardened and treated surface, and 2, no more than 2 cars to be parked in the driveway at any time.
All right, I will second that amendment. Are there any additions or questions or comments from commissioners?
Staff comments
I don't know.
in addition to planning commission.
Yeah, we can do staff comments,
Not otherwise in
not
conflict?
otherwise in conflict.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, next item is.
She has
He's-
another. Which one is going to take it?
OB8 is what he was going to,
Okay, all right.
Okay, other business, item number 8 of 2023 is to consider amending the site plan for BT Storage LLC regarding rezoning application Z98 of 2005 for property located on the south side of Hickory Grove Road, west of New McEver Road, in land lot 50 of the 20th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business, item number 8?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, Commissioner?
and John, for the record, can you read in staff recommendations on this since it is another business item?
Okay. The staff would recommend approval, subject to the proposed site plan contained in the other business packet, and subject to all the staff comments and recommendations contained in the other business packet.
And then Mr. Moore had submitted a stipulation letter. Mr. Moore, can you come forward with the date of that letter?
Good morning, Commissioner. There's not a new letter. The existing conditions and stipulations on this property covered the items that had been discussed.
Okay, I thought I had seen a stipulation letter from you on that one. No?
Not on this one, because the stipulation's already there
Okay,
that
great.
covered those items.
Okay, my error then.
No, thank you.
And then, John, just to add, District Commissioner to approve the renderings.
How about
And-
District Commissioner approve the final site plan and final building elevations?
Yes, thank you.
That's part of the existing stipulations, so that's consistent and agreeable. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion to add OB 8 of 2023 to the consent agenda.
All right. All right.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. Okay. You might have to press again. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Commissioner Sheffield, do you have a case?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Z5, Emerson and Gigi Real Estate Holdings, Inc. I'd like to add to consent.
Commissioner?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and read it first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
All right, rezoning case Z5 of 2023, Emerson and GG Real Estate Holdings LLC, request rezoning from PSC to GC for a shopping center in land lots 77 and 156 of the 18th district. Property is located on the northeast side of Mapleton Parkway and on the southeast side of Gresham Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z5?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
I do see someone standing up in the audience. Is that the applicant? Is that the applicant standing?
Are you
Which one?
No, that's OB4.
Okay, that's for a different matter, ma'am. That's another case. No problem. Okay. Okay. All right, so there's no one in opposition, so can we go ahead and have a motion? Okay.
Okay. I make a motion to add Z5 to the consent agenda with the following conditions. That Z5 is deleted to the CRC zoning district subject to the landscape plan to include landscaping around the future monument sign on Mapleton Parkway. Evergreens are to be planted adjacent to properties located at 559 Gresham Road and 476 Lane Drive to provide a buffer. Any outdoor events must be in front of the shopping plaza and at least 250 feet from 559 Gresham Road and 476 Lane Drive. The rear door shall remain closed during events to contain music, sound, or noise during an event. The detention pond must be brought up to county standards within 180 days of Board of Commissioners' approval of this application. If a new fence is to be installed around the perimeter of the detention pond, the fence is to be a 6-foot black vinyl-clad fence. And all other staff recommendations and comments not otherwise in conflict.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Are there any other cases to be added? Okay. All right, hearing none, I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. For anyone who's here with respect to a matter that was on consent, you are free to leave at this time unless you just want to hang out with us for the rest of the zoning hearing. All right, John, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, first case we're going to hear on the continued and held case agenda is rezoning case Z38 of 2022, David Pearson Communities Incorporated, who is requesting a rezoning from R30 to R15 OSC for a single-family subdivision in land lots 8 and 9 of the 18th district, and land lots 1251, 1266, 1267, 1268, 1269, 1322, 1323, 1324, and 1325 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east and west side of Brown Road, north of Stout Parkway. The applicant is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z38? Two. Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. And can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z38? Okay, let the record show there's no support here, except for Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioners, good morning. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the property owner as well as the applicant in this application for rezoning, seeking to rezone the property from its existing R30 classification to the R20 OSC classification. This was presented to you in full in December with a full hearing at that point in time. After review of the comments that had been in direction that had been provided by the board, it is the applicant and property owner's intent and desire to present its application as it was presented in December without any further change or modification to that. Also, I do want to state that the Cobb County Stormwater Management Division did issue revised stormwater comments that were issued last week. Our proposal and application contains agreement with stormwater comments that were in effect as of December 2022. The applicant and owner are not in agreement with the new stormwater comments and believe those comments go way too far in terms of what regulations they would impose on the property. But regardless, we are not presenting any changes from our proposal in December of 2022 and would ask for your consideration of that rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition has opportunity to speak at this time, and you'll have a maximum of 10 minutes.
Okay, morning, folks. How you doing?
Good morning.
Clint Thornton Rice Jr., representing Browns Crossing, which is actually the subdivision directly up the block. I'm not going to present any more pictures with the flooding that goes on. I'm sure you guys are aware of it. I shot the pictures. The last rainstorm that we had, which was would not be considered a historic event, I sent you guys the pictures of the flooding that was going on, and that wasn't a lot of rain. So what you guys got to consider as we keep going on with the water issue is there. It's not a question on whether the creek floods or not. It floods. When we started this, I said it floods every time. It's every time. When I asked you guys to go down physically to go see it, I sent the email that day that it did rain, because one thing is the pictures show one thing. To physically see it is a whole other thing. The reality of it is, as all of these subdivisions are being built, that water has to go somewhere. We don't want the subdivision to be built, and then basically the homeowner was in my subdivision that back right up to that creek where they start to get flooded out again, for it to turn around and be said it's an act of God. It's not our fault. It's an act of God, because that seems to be what's going on with all of the development that is all over this place. Metro Atlanta, a lot of development, a lot of flooding. We know that these lands are floodlands. We know that there's a housing problem. We know that people have to go somewhere, but at the same time, what is happening to the people that invested all of this money in their homes to get flooded out? And they have to do battle with the insurance companies. I don't know what else to say with this. It is what it is. It's not theory, it's facts. So it's up to you guys. The developer originally, when it got pushed, was supposed to have presented an R30 and an R20. They didn't do that. If you want to build a subdivision like the other subdivisions that are up the block, say R20, okay, present the R20, but they want that OSC. And they want the OSC for what purpose? Greed. It's all about the money. It has always been about the money, and this is what they're about. So it's up to you guys. I mean, if they want to build, as we said at the beginning, build what it's zoned for. The whole purpose of the rezoning is to maximize the profit. They could care less about the other communities. It's all about maximizing the profit. They will stick these homes on top of each other with no space, without no problem, could care less about the water because once they sell it, they make their money and they're gone. More and more times, you guys have asked for the developer, David Pearson, to at least maybe show face, present himself. We've been coming here almost a year. I have yet to have seen him come in. When I first met Kevin Moore, and Kevin Moore said, well, I can't believe you can't believe everything that's being read or being written about the developer because there's plenty of stories about David Pearson. He's been all over the news. Okay, you know what? Maybe I can't believe everything that's being written about the developer. Let's see what happens. You guys asked time and time and time again for him to come in personally representing himself. He has yet to show up, and we've been coming here almost a year now. When does it stop? They're about the money, and I get it. If I was a developer, I'd probably be about the money too. But I'm not. I'm just a homeowner, and I'm concerned about my property value. I'm concerned about what I invested in. I'm concerned about my neighbors. I'm concerned about my environment, my quality of life. When does it stop? You guys have a great one, and hopefully they'll do the right thing. I'm sure they're still going to build, but build what it's zoned for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we have a balance of 5 minutes and 35 seconds. We have I think we have two additional speakers. I'm sorry. Are you? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I couldn't help but ask to get up here. I didn't know anything about this, but when I was running against Sam Owens, my name's Craig Harfoot, if I need to say that.
Yes.
And there should nothing should be built in a floodplain, period. And I was trying to give this to your community development people. The 2009 flood that happened right after the 2008 housing bubble. They just flooded out, I think, 20,000 homes in Cobb County. And then they wanted us to, in Cobb County, bought up all these flooded houses. So you're really, you know, this kind of land should be zoned agricultural. Nobody should be trying, you know, it should be taxed at the lowest possible thing. And the only good bottom land, floodplain land, it's where you grow stuff because it floods and puts soil back in there. But anyhow, I agree with everything the man said ahead of me. It's the standard. You just don't build houses on sand, and you don't build where it floods. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in opposition? There's a balance of 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. All right, seeing none, Commissioner Sheffield, I'm going to turn things over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This process has been one that's gone on for close to a year. And I'd like to, Mr. Rice, I see you there. I just want to thank you for your commitment to the community, for your service as an HOA president, because you have been in attendance for just about nearly every zoning hearing that we've had for the Planning Commission and for the Board of Commissioners. So I appreciate your engagement in this process, and others that are here and that have spoken, and for those who are not here but have also voiced their concerns. Thank you so much. At the December 20th Board of Commissioners zoning hearing, it was requested by two of my colleagues to submit an application or a plan, a site plan for R20 and R30 for consideration. But apparently, the applicant has decided against submitting those plans for consideration of the board. After further analysis of the development, our stormwater management submitted revised comments on February 15th, 2023. And the revised comments included a recommendation that all of the proposed lots within the subdivision be a minimum of 6 feet above the current 100-year floodplain elevation. The applicant rejects the recommendation from Stormwater Management for reasons already shared by the applicant's attorney, which leaves us at an impasse. And to that end, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that Z38 be denied from the original zoning request of R15 OSC and also from staff's recommendation of R20 OSC.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All right, call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll move on to our next matter.
Madam Chair and Board, the next rezoning application, Z66, also has a companion special land use permit with it. Would it be the board's wish to hear both cases together and then just make separate motions on each?
I'll turn to the district commissioner to respond.
Yes, we can hear them together.
Okay, thank you. Rezoning case Z66 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC, request rezoning from R80 to CRC for a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 936 of the 17th district. Property is located on the west side of Terra Mill Road and on the south side of Delk Road, together with its special land use permit. SLUP 14 of 2022, ADP Terra Mill LLC, request a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 936 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Terra Mill Road and on the south side of Delk Road. The applicant is present, and earlier there were, let's see. Earlier, there are 8 people here in opposition and 6 in support. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning again, and thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant, ADP Terrell Mill, in this application for rezoning, as well as the owner. Again, this is an application that we have had a full and robust hearing in December and had been presented. This is to rezone the property for purposes of a climate-controlled self-storage facility, and that's why you have the corresponding special land use permit application as well. What is being sought, again, at this property, which is just 2.5 acres located at the intersection of Terrell Mill and Delk Road, currently zoned R80. Just to remind you, this property and the immediate adjoining properties. To the left, as you see on your screen, is the public shopping center. So this backs up to the rear of a shopping center. Across Delk Road at this intersection are commercial zonings of NRC and LRC that have drive-through commercial activities and use at that location. To the rear of this property, you see is zoned SC, and that's on Terrell Mill, as well as RM8. And across the street on Terrell Mill is R15. To the south and on the bottom side, the adjacent neighborhood and community is called Cobblestone. Directly across the street that's zoned R15 is the Mill Ridge subdivision. We have been engaged in substantial conversations with these adjoining communities since the inception of this application. We emphasized that to you in our hearing in December. And again, those communities stand not just as we're not opposed, but have stood and stand in support of this application, have submitted that support in writing to you and to staff over and over again, and this includes the Powers Ferry Alliance, which is a community-based civic organization that looks at this area and zoning decisions and development and other areas and other items within this area for recommendations and analysis. And they likewise have supported this application. Why do we have that support from these adjacent neighbors who would be most impacted beyond anybody else to what goes at this intersection and what goes on this property? Because that's what this process should be and has been about. Engagement with those adjacent neighbors and neighborhood groups to see what those discussions and conversations can lead to. What they became convinced of and what we are convinced of is that this proposal, that is the self-storage facility that has come about by this applicant, is the exact right thing for this property. It provides the most and the least intensive use for this property, least intensive impact to those adjoining residents, and least intensive impact to the community at large. But with that, provides for a beautiful building that provides for a residential type look so that this piece of property, which obviously stands as a transition between that very intense commercial that I've just discussed and the residential, something has to transition it. What these neighbors, adjoining neighbors and subdivisions have resoundingly supported is said, this is what we want, because we are convinced this is what's best for us and our neighborhoods and the impact on our neighborhoods. What we don't want is more townhomes to provide for additional traffic, to provide for additional impact. What we don't want is retail and other offerings that will provide for even more additional traffic and impact, even more visual, aesthetic, noise, and so forth impact. And they've come to that realization in working with us and working through us, and this applicant has gone beyond what I've ever seen an applicant do in terms of working with the community. We have a very detailed stipulation letter dated February 15th, which since December we have now added a provision for a community room that would be available for scheduling for this community at any point in time. It'll be fully furnished and available to the community. They just have to make those arrangements and schedule it. That's what we have added to this application, and again, we have received those additional support letters from these adjoining communities for this rezoning. We think it's the right thing for this property. It's certainly the right thing for these adjoining neighbors who are unanimous in that support of what we have proposed. With that, I incorporate everything that we stated to you and presented to you in December. I'm going to have the rest of this time for someone else that wants to speak in support of this application so that you can hear from them personally, also in the neighborhood. Thank you.
We have additional 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
morning.
Good to see you all.
Likewise.
Can't say that I necessarily miss it. For the record, my name is Bob Ott, and I live in Terrell Mill Estates, whose entrance is about 100 yards from this property. Also, for the record, I am not here as a paid consultant. I'm here as a homeowner who lives in the area. I'm also representing Sherry George and Tom Whitehead, neither of who could be here. Tom is out of the country, and Sherry is in Dallas with her mother with a family medical issue. So I'm here speaking on their behalf. My wife and I have lived in our home for 29 years. So we are very familiar, regardless of the time I spent as a commissioner, of this area, the changes, the limitations, and the issues that we face. There have been multiple proposals while I was a commissioner for this property. Some included very large-scale development of the property. And working with the community, as Kevin Moore said, the community came to the conclusion that they were not the right thing. We looked at townhomes, we looked at a gas station, and we looked at the storage. And one of the issues that has come up is the traffic. With the relocation of the Brumby Elementary School and the East Cobb Middle School, the traffic patterns have changed from what the DOT planners had anticipated when this intersection was reconfigured some years back. As a result, since January of 2020, there have been 21 accidents at this intersection. That's way too many, especially if you consider that there are a lot of students now that are walking and riding their bicycles to school that go through this intersection. So one of the things that you look at with development, obviously a gas station would be horrendous for this corner because with the traffic it would generate. Townhomes with the residential ins and outs would not work. And if you look at the site plan for this, the only way you can come in, you can come right in, right out off of Delk Road and right in, right out off of Terrell Mill Road. That's going to cause U-turns down the road in front of Terrell Mill Estates, which we already have an issue with U-turns coming the other way. In December, you heard from the opposition. They said they wanted townhomes. This building looks like townhomes. I challenge you to find another self-storage facility anywhere in the area that looks like this one. This will look just like the other buildings that are in the area. It will look like townhomes. It'll feel like townhomes. And however, it will not have the traffic. The opposition in December said they wanted a community, something for the community. The applicant has added a community room. That has been one of the things when I was a commissioner, I would always have to have town halls either over in the Cumberland area or over in East Cobb. There was no place really to meet for the community. Also, the opposition said they wanted things like coffee shops. There's a coffee shop at the corner of Powers Ferry and Terrell Mill, and then there's a Starbucks right across the street. We don't need another coffee shop. You know, as a commissioner, and I know you all know this, one of the things that's really important is that you consider the people most impacted by a zoning. That's the people in Mill Ridge, that's the people in Cobblestone, and that's the people in Terrell Mill Estates. And as Kevin mentioned, the majority of people in all those communities are supportive of this project because we know what has been considered for this intersection. Now, I know in talking to some of you that you've gotten emails from near and far. And I would contend that folks that live a mile or more away from this property, they're not impacted like we are. They may not like self-storage because there is this, the minute you mention self-storage, you know, delving into politics, if you're a Republican or Democrat and someone mentions the other party, you immediately get a picture of what that person is like. And unfortunately for self-storage, when someone mentions a self-storage proposal, they immediately think of the building with the orange doors, that it just looks terrible. This is not that. This is something that's going to fit in the community. It's the community wants it, and it's the appropriate thing. So I would ask you to consider voting for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the application? You have a little less than 1 minute left.
My name's Craig Harfoot, and I just wanted to support this because I think I understand everything that's at play. And storage units, they just sit there. People access them seldom. And it's a tax base, and it doesn't add to services that cost in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a balance of about 30 seconds left if there are any other speakers in support. Okay, seeing none, we'll now turn to opposition. You'll have a maximum of 10 minutes to speak.
Good morning,
morning.
Commissioners. You've heard me in December.
Okay, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. You've heard me in December. I'm Kevin
Sorry.
Nicholas.
Okay, very good.
No, it's
Go
no
ahead.
problem whatsoever. Do I get my 10 seconds back?
Yeah, well, maybe.
You're fine. Kevin Nicholas, and I live in Amberley Park, which is right down the road from this self-storage unit. I've been there for about 24 years. Again, you heard me in December. So I'm going to be brief because I think we have a couple of people who do want to speak on opposition today, and I don't want to be respectful of that time, but also don't want to repeat myself too much from December. But I will add that, you know, this is the probably one of the first times I've seen this much support for self-storage. I think Chairwoman Cupid said it very well back in December. This much support, you know, wondering if pigs are flying outside as well. I thought if I said that correctly, bear with me, Madam Chair, but I think that is appropriate here. If you follow the money on this, this is an interesting development. I can't attest to why there's so much interest in this development for self-storage. But I can also tell you, living in that area for 24 years, we're a small community, generally. Neighbors speak. There's a vast majority, in our view, of people who don't want another self-storage in this area. In fact, you probably received a lot of emails on this. I'm sure you did. So just to repeat our stance, and I speak for a lot of people in our homeowners association in Amberley Park and others, and again, there may be some other folks to come up. I do want to reiterate that we're not looking to change this to commercial, regardless of what the other party is claiming. We want to keep it residential. And we don't see why that's an issue. You keep it residential, even single-family home. That's the minimum impact. In fact, that's what it is now. So why has changed? We're getting a theme with the folks representing the developments in this area of pushing high density, which we're really not in favor of, or the amenities that go along with it. It's about time that we took a stand against some of these high density projects really encroaching on our communities. And I'm going to repeat, leave it residential if at all possible. And if it's commercial, there's a lot of different options. And I spoke about some of that last time. Yeah, having a coffee shop you can actually sit in instead of a drive-through coffee shop. Powers Ferry Master Plan really helps define a sense of community. Driving through a Starbucks is not a sense of community. Having a coffee shop there would be kind of cool. Also, I want to remind you that both staff and the Planning Commission rejected this. And they're here for a reason. Look, traffic is the big question. Traffic's already bad. Over 24 years of living on that road with the schools now, it doesn't matter what you put in there. It's almost a non-issue because traffic's already bad. You add more traffic, who cares? We're already living with it. And finally, there's at least half a dozen self-storage areas in this area. It doesn't matter if you make it look pretty. It doesn't matter if you've got a 400 square foot community room. It's still another self-storage area that's a poor use of this land in our view as neighbors who were not consulted on this. And we represent over 40 houses in addition to many other subdivisions. I'm going to pass my time to my colleagues for further comment. Okay. Thank you for your consideration to oppose this.
Thank you. My name is Steve Rowe. I live at 3284 Winthrop Circle in Amberley Park, and I'm a real estate developer for the last 35 years, currently manage a home building company, and I guess I'd like to reiterate a lot of the things that Kevin has said. Whenever we look at a development, we say, is that going to increase the property value of the surrounding neighborhood, or is that going to harm the value? And currently, this property is zoned residential, and so there needs to be a reason to, I would say, to change that zoning. When we look at, I don't see any way that bringing in self-storage is going to enhance the value of the surrounding properties. When you look to the north on Terrell Mill Road, it's all single-family residential. To the east, it's all single-family residential. To the south, it's townhomes, and then only to the west is their commercial property. The staff, and I would say in all of our planning, you always look at transitional uses between the commercial and the single-family residential. Townhomes, to me, would be the obvious solution in that situation. By bringing in a use that diminishes surrounding property values, you're really just taking value from those homeowners and giving it to the current property owner or the developer. And versus bringing in something that adds value to everybody. So in my mind, the transitional townhome zoning or some other form of residential is the obvious solution to this property. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from additional opposition. You'll have a balance of 4 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Ansley. I'm also a resident of Amberley Park. Primarily, I just want to say I know some very powerful men have spoken in support. I'm just a little neighbor, definitely within a mile, so I do feel like we have some say. And really, I don't know why we can't just leave it residential. And shame on you for saying there's unanimous support. That is clearly not the case, and I just want to make sure you all hear that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Norlander of Amberley Park. I want to address the issue of the unanimous support within the neighborhood. I'm actually the Amberley Park president of the HOA. There's been never any communication reached out by the developer, by any legal counsel, by any representative that's representing this lot. So there is no unanimous support here. And just dealing with, the emotion of this too, of looking at accidents and stuff like that, there is a high degree of traffic here. This is not going to solve it, and it's not going to make it any worse. The thing about it is, we can solve it with looking at solving the intersection. This doesn't solve that issue in terms of having 22 accidents. And the belief that, this is better for the community, if you look at the aesthetics of this in terms of looking at the storage facility and saying this is like no other storage facility, there's going to be signs. It's not residential. It's clearly not going to upgrade this part of our community. And just to reiterate too, with Amberley Park, that's a 5-minute walk from here. So on the map, 5 minutes, we're right there. So we're a part of this community. And please support us in the opposition of this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have someone else in opposition. Have you been sworn in? Okay, we will wait for staff to return to swear in our speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that.
I wasn't planning
You
to
have about
speak.
2
My name
minutes.
is Christy Rowe. I live at Amberley Park. I just wanted to share with you an email sent within our community from another resident that couldn't be here today. My son and his family live directly across Terrell Mill and Timberley Farms, and they and their neighbors sent emails. We would hope that everyone in this neighborhood would continue to send emails in opposition to this. They are adamantly opposed. So there is a lot of support in the neighboring community in writing that it's not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers? We have a balance of 90 seconds left. All right, seeing none, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right, so there were several points brought up by opposition that I want to seek some clarity on, and there was a statement made by the applicant as well that I wanted to get some clarity on. Kevin, if you could approach, please. Thank you. You mentioned unanimous support. Can you
Yes.
explain where unanimous support is from?
Sure. And the way I stated it was unanimous support in those adjoining neighborhoods of Mill Ridge and Cobblestone, of which Tom Whitehead is the president of the Homeowner Association for Cobblestone, who submitted his written support on behalf of that association and what they support. Sherry George on behalf of Mill Ridge subdivision directly across the street and their support for this application. And that's the support I was referencing is, as you can see, everybody that was here that spoke in opposition is way down the street. They're not adjoining.
Thank you. Let's see, and then also some clarification, signage was brought up. I understand that there are some stipulations for signage in here. Can you clarify what that entailed?
Yes, so one of the items that was discussed at length with those community members that engaged with us also surrounded signage. So we have a number of stipulations related to signage that are very specific so that the materials of the signage will be consistent with the materials and architecture of the building itself. You will not have LED, neon color, scrolling, blinking, or moving components to the signage here. And in addition, wall signage will not be backlit, but rather it'll have gooseneck lighting to give it a much higher sense of quality and not have that backlit signage for purposes of even wall signage. So we dove down into the details of how this would look and appear and impact. So the signage is addressed down to the very detail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Those are my questions for you. Are
Thank
there
you.
other? Go ahead.
Kevin, I have a couple questions in regards to the community center. You said it was going to be 400 square feet,
400 to 500 square feet, yes.
and how many people are you anticipating that room being able to hold?
I mean, a room like that can hold, could easily hold a group of up to, say, 30 people, potentially, 20 to 30 people. It's meant as a room that was communicated to us as a place where available for those types of community meetings.
And then how many parking spaces are you proposing on the site plan?
On the site plan itself has, let me check that. That's okay. There are 13 total parking spaces that are dedicated parking spaces on site.
So Commissioner, while I know this fits the need for the community center that you were looking in for this area, my concern is we're not going to have parking adequate to handle the capacity in the room. So I don't know if you want to restrict the capacity, because I wouldn't want to see the community center preventing someone from coming and using the facility. That was my concern there.
Thank you.
Please keep in mind the adjoining public shopping center, which is literally adjoining to the west of this property, as you can see. Additional parking could park there and simply walk on the sidewalk. So there is, I just want to make that point of how close that other parking is as well, if that was ever necessary, but would leave it up to your decision-making process for that.
Thank you.
I just had a question for clarification on the parking. You mentioned that there were 13 parking spaces. Is that for the entire development, or is that just solely for the community center parking?
No, that's for the entire development. That's
The
what's
entire-
required for the proposed use. That's the parking required for the proposed use.
And that number is 13 required?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no, I guess, additional consideration for the community center?
No, because we would anticipate again, understanding the nature of this use, very little parking is ever used for climate-controlled self-storage. That's what's required per ordinance, but very little parking is ever used, and especially we would anticipate the community room being used in the evenings when there's even less need for parking.
Right, but if the community room, if it reaches capacity, which I think you said was like 45 people, then there's a shortage of parking there.
I would not think you would have that many people. It's a 400 to 500 square foot room, conference room, so that's not going to fit but 20 to 30 people, I would think. It's meant for small community meetings, for an HOA board meeting, other types of meetings that could occur here.
Right, but based on the number of parking, then I guess the capacity for the room shouldn't really be much greater than the parking that's provided.
And that's fine.
No, I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, and that's the case. That's why I simply pointed out there's adjacent parking in the shopping center. And in addition, we do have 13 spaces there, and it's meant as a gesture to provide a community space that where smaller meetings can occur. And that's what the intent is.
Okay, thanks.
It's not intended to be a community center. It's just a community meeting room.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kevin. Is the variances that are listed, they're 5?
Mm-hmm.
Has any of those gone away?
All of
Or are you still asking to waive the landscape buffer with the adjoining residential?
No, that was the initial staff analysis based on the initial application. Since that time, the application and site plan has been revised, and there are no longer any variances being requested whatsoever. No variances.
Is that correct, John Peterson? Because we don't have an update. In our book, it just says 1 through 5.
There were 5 variances based on the plan that the applicant originally submitted in August. And there was 1 variance regarding a landscape buffer, which has been corrected, so that's no longer a variance. They also had a variance for a front setback, a major side setback, and rear setback. All those variances have gone away now. The only thing I'm not too sure about is the FAR, because the FAR is required to be 0.1, and it's at 0.108, so it's just barely over if it's over.
And now that has been withdrawn. Per our letter of February 15th, I specifically noted that there's no request, and there's a withdrawal of any variance request for floor area ratio as well.
Okay.
So it'd be very specific. No variances are being requested.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burrow, did you have any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
And Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Amy. Where's Amy here? There we go. You may or may not be able to answer these, but I'm going to give it a shot. These were some questions that came up as well. So under consideration, if this were to stay for MDR and potential townhomes, just curious on if this parcel could handle townhomes on this, developed on this.
You're speaking of the traffic, Amy Diaz, Cobb DOT.
Sorry, thank
You're
you.
speaking of the adjacent roadway network. I don't have specific traffic data for the adjacent roadway. They did not trigger a traffic study, and I checked at the beginning of the hearing, and we don't have any current counts at that location.
Okay, all right. All right, so there, I know in the past there had been some considerations that have come through for like the gas station, a few other items, but I don't know if we had anything that.
I don't believe anything has been of the size to trigger a traffic study for the number of units for residential development. For example, previously in the code it was 75, and I don't believe that you could get 75 units on that piece of property.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I think I did have another question because it was brought up about the accidents in the area. Is that something
I checked that
is-
as well, and we have some crash rate information from 2013, but that was from well before what he was saying about the change in the travel patterns. That had not been identified for us previously, but we can certainly request an updated crash analysis at that intersection. So he must have reached out to the police department for that information because it's not in our database.
Thank you. And I guess I'll corroborate, I'll ask that question afterwards. Does anyone else have anything for Amy?
Amy. There was a comment earlier that there would be right-in, right-out access on both Delk Road and Terrell Mill Road. And I know that there are distance requirements with respect to the right-in and right-out. In looking at this, without giving it a full analysis, but in looking at this, do you see where that would be an option for this parcel? Write in and
Our
write out.
comments restrict them to write in, write out,
Okay.
access only. Yeah,
right.
that would be what we would recommend because of the proximity of the signal.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right. Bob? Regarding the crash data,
Right.
Where
We
does that come from?
we reached out to public safety, like Amy said, and we got an email back from Caitlin Walraven, and she is Public Service Tech 2 in PD Central Records, and that's where we got the information. And basically what she wrote was there have been 21 motor vehicle accidents at the intersection of Terrell Mill Road and Delk Road from January 1st of 2020 through February 20th of 2023.
it's over 3 years. Okay, thank you. And I guess just for a reference sake, where is Amberley Park? GIS. You can, and I know that for the map's sake, and we can display that on the screen, that would be helpful.
Amberley Park is a subdivision that is adjacent to East Cobb Middle School. And so as John, our HOA president, had mentioned, it's a minimum 5-minute walk, maybe even less. In fact, I walk my dog by it all the time.
Okay.
Any other questions, Jerica?
Can you indicate it on the,
So it's down Terrell Mill, and sorry I don't have my glasses on, but if you go down Terrell Mill on the right-hand side, the street is called Winthrop Circle. So let me see if I can
yeah,
take a closer look.
north? North.
It's towards the school, so. Probably right past the old mill trace, right above. So you see the school? There it is. Yeah. Right, see that big circle right there where it says Winthrop Circle? That's us.
Thank you.
And I'd like to add that it's not just us, there's other people from other subdivisions also probably receiving us.
All right. As you all can probably tell, this one is very difficult in its consideration. And certainly want to commend the outreach that was taken on by the developer and the adjacent parcels. It certainly isn't every day that you see support come in from adjacent properties for those that would be the most impacted. And for the developer to be agreeable to pretty much every request that has come in from those adjacent properties. This, of course, was recommended denial by the Planning Commission and by staff because of its inconsistency with the future land use plan. And that was basically what most of it was predicated on. There has been a stated desire by some residents that they would like for this to stay residential. And there is a concern about the intensity of this parcel itself, being able to handle that level of usage. For these reasons of engagement, I am engagement and collaboration, I am inclined to make my motion. But you guys are watching me in real time make this decision. So I believe I'm prepared to make my motion on this.
Commissioner, just a reminder, we're also considering Z66 as well as
The SLUP.
SLUP 14. So
Thank you. All right. I would like to motion to approve the zoning with the inclusion of the STIP letter from February 15th, with hours restricted on the community center to the evening, and capacity at 15. Inclusive of all staff comments, not otherwise a conflict.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
For Z66.
I'll share. I know this is a difficult decision, Commissioner. Before I make my comments, go ahead, Commissioner Gambrill.
Commissioner Richardson, just for clarification, you were going to restrict the evening hours. Can you put what your restriction is on that? And then also, I do like to see the collaboration between the applicant and the homeowners. I think that is very important. I know there's a request for residential here, and usually we have put residential such as senior living at the end of commercial centers to help transition into the neighborhood. However, in doing so, I have several in my area that are restricted to right in and right out, and it does cause those residents quite a bit of burden and safety trying to access their neighborhoods. So while I know self-storage isn't a desired use, I do think because of the intensity being lower, they have done a great job at designing something that doesn't look like a self-storage. I'd be willing to support.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? This is a tough application, and typically I'm inclined to support the commissioner. Self-storage has just been a very difficult use, and it is impossible for me to see the compatibility of this, not only with the future land use map, but with the character of the area around it. If you look at the SLUP analysis, there are 15 points that need to be met for a SLUP analysis. And let me go ahead and refer to that. For the first one, whether or not there will be significant adverse effect on the neighborhood or area in which the proposed use will be located, staff provides that it is the opinion of staff that the proposal will not permit a use that is suitable in the view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby properties. Development in the surrounding area includes condos to the south and single-family residences to the east across Terrell Mill Road. On SLUP analysis point number 2, whether or not the use is otherwise compatible with the neighborhood. The proposed use is, this is staff's response, the proposed use is impacted by residential uses across from and immediately adjacent to the proposal. The proposed use at the subject site may offer a less intense transitional use between these established commercial properties and other nearby residences. So the commercial use is less intense. However, if you go to number 5, or number 4, whether or not quiet enjoyment of surrounding property uses will be adversely affected, staff provides it may be adversely affected. Whether property values will be adversely affected, as was stated by the realtor and also in the analysis, it provides that property values may be adversely affected. Going to number 8, whether or not there are special or unique conditions overcome by the Board of Commissioners' general presumption that residential neighborhoods should not allow non-compatible business uses. Staff provides the proposal leads into a residential area that may not be compatible with this use. Lastly, SLUP analysis point 15. It states in all applications for a special land use permit, the burden shall be on the applicant both to produce sufficient information to allow the county to fully consider all relevant factors and demonstrate the proposal complies with all applicable requirements and is otherwise consistent with the policies reflected in the factors enumerated in this chapter for consideration by the county. The applicant did provide that there are no longer setback variances, and that point is overcome staff comments. However, again, staff provides that the proposal is not in conformity in policies and intent of the comprehensive plan, which delineates this property to be within the MDR, medium density residential, future land use category. The plan states that the purpose of MDR is to provide for areas that are suitable for moderate density housing. Lastly, the proposal leads into a residential area that may not be compatible with this use. Often on a SLUP analysis, you will not see that SLUP overcome by this many points of consideration, but it is clearly showing that this use is potentially incompatible, not just because it's residential, but it can also impact property values. And yeah, I think that that point has been made clear by those that have come out in opposition. I do believe that this is a beautiful development. I believe that it's a less intense commercial use by way of traffic, save for the community center, which adds a different character, right? Because you don't know how often the community is using that site. And when that community leaves and enters the site, they can also be going into a residential community. So to me, that offsets the benefit of reduced traffic that comes from a storage facility. I feel in a quandary because I'm always inclined to support the district commissioner. I've just seen storage applications up here so many times. And I feel like I would be in a position to oppose a storage application for the same points of which I'm being asked to support a storage application, and it feels very inconsistent, at least with how we've approached these in the past.
Oh, you have a question? I just wanted to just thank the applicant, the community, those are in support and opposition to this application. And it takes a lot to collaborate. When we have zoning applications for consideration in our community, it's been shared that there is unanimous support, but there's also an overwhelming amount of opposition as well to this application. It is undeniable that the building looks great. It looks fantastic. It may even model after a condo building if it were not a storage unit. However, with the use of the proposed use at this location is not compatible with the community. There's been interest from the community to have more community amenities. I heard coffee shops. I understand that there are other coffee shops in close proximity. I understand that there has been applications submitted in the past for different proposals for this parcel, but for whatever reason, it did not happen. So here we are considering a storage unit for this location. I do support staff's recommendation for denial for this application for the reasons that have been noted and also for the reasons that have been shared by the chair, so I don't need to repeat those. Again, I think it's a great looking building, but I just don't think that it is compatible for the community.
Yes, I too think it should remain residential. It's 2.5 acres. And that The storage facility is pretty intense for such a small parcel, and I think with the surrounding neighborhoods, it needs to remain residential. It's hard to look at R80 going to commercial, so.
Well, there is no support on this board, so I suppose I amend the motion.
It's completely up to you. You have a motion and you have a second.
You can go forward with the vote, or you can change your motion.
We'll wind up where we were. I guess the motion will be to deny this, but deny Z66
As an amended motion.
for Z66 2022.
I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Gamble in opposition. Thank you.
And then a motion to deny SLUP 14, SLUP 14.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion passes 4-1 with Gamble in opposition. With that, Commissioners, I need a 5-minute break. We'll come back at about 10:46. Thank you. All righty, everyone, our meeting will be beginning soon. Let's get everybody to return back to the dais. Oh, it's freezing. It's freezing. All right, our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing has resumed, and I'll turn things over to you, John.
Thank you. Next case we're going to hear is SLEP 16 of 2022, Hillels of Georgia Incorporated. Request a special land use permit for a Jewish Faith Student Center in land lot 97 of the 20th District. Property is located on the west side of Fair Lake Road, west of Campus Loop Road, south of the intersection of Fair Lake Road and Campus Loop Road. The applicant is present, and earlier there are 9 people here opposed and 4 in support. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
I do not envy being a commissioner. I do not envy it. I do not envy being a commissioner. I just don't. It's painful. I can't be. I've never heard. I am seeking help from anyone within the sound of my voice. If we can get some help increasing the temperature above the dais, it is blowing icy cold air up here. Anyone, I've sent a couple of messages to staff.
If it'll help, I'll give you my jacket.
Oh, what a gentleman you are.
But some people might take that the wrong way.
Okay, yeah. I hear you these days. Yeah, thank you. With that, Kevin, you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Again, good morning. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of Hillels of Georgia in this application for a special land use permit associated with the operation and mission of Hillels of Georgia, which we will have and present to you in much more detail as part of this application and presentation to you. First, I want to set up and just show you where this property is located. In particular, its proximity to the fact that it's adjacent to Kennesaw State University, the fact that this organization comes to you for use of this property in association with what is really termed a faith-based student center. They serve a very specific mission in order to support those students who attend Kennesaw State University of Jewish faith and culture, and that's where their focus is to support those students and carrying out their mission to fight anti-Semitism where it is, to educate those so it can prevent it and prevent those acts, and to inform those and develop those relationships. And you'll hear more about that in just a second. But what I did want to present and have for your discussion is what I'm going to show you here, and that is where this property is located and what has occurred along Campus Loop Road. What I have for you is an aerial. This is Campus Loop Road here and Fry Lake Road here. This is the subject house that we're speaking of where Hillel's would be operating. There's a short little dead-end segment here of Fry Lake Road, and then this is Campus Loop Road as it comes up beside Kennesaw State University, knowing that Fry Lake Road used to do this, and now this became Campus Loop Road, and it was cut off. Important for this discussion as well, just in terms of the campus and its orientation. This is a campus parking deck available for students in a large parking deck here, and then you see the variety of the Kennesaw State buildings and campus as it expands going all the way across in 275. Also, this is a high concentration of KSU residential living in this location. Also, I want to point out here just to the north at Fry Lake and Campus Loop Road is a already approved special land use permit for a faith-based student center in this location. You can see the proximity. Traveling south on Campus Loop Road, you have 3 properties, 2 of which are owned by the Board of Regents for associated KSU or future KSU uses. And then you have another faith-based student center that is on Campus Loop Road in this location that has been approved as part of a special land use permit. So what consideration of this special land use permit for a faith-based student center? The one thing I believe that cannot be said with any justification is that there would be a precedent setting if it was approved. There may be other factors involved, there may be other considerations, and certainly you're more than capable of handling and dealing with that. But I think to state that there would be a precedent to approve a special land use permit at this location when you have this exact same orientation to the north and to the south is something that I don't believe has much water or has much validity. Yes, it's on this short segment, but it literally is across the street from Kennesaw State University off of here. While it doesn't front directly on Campus Loop Road, neither does this property. So the precedent has been there and has been set. And whether the board believes that this application should be approved or denied, I would hope that from your consideration, precedent would not be one that would justify denial, but rather could be used and relied upon to justify an approval. In addition, we have provided as part of the conditions and stipulations for this application an extensive list of conditions and stipulations to limit the use of the property for these students. And again, understanding this is not a fraternity or sorority house, it's not a social house. It is a house where the students can find a safe place, where they can enjoy limited programs and programming that helps them in their student life. In addition, we have attached as part of our stipulations a lengthy code of conduct that is part of Hillel's of Georgia and part of Hillel's that would be in place at this location. It's an extensive code of conduct, no alcohol, no, everything you would think is allowed as part of this student operation here.
Excuse me, Kevin, can you hold on one
Sure.
moment? There's some audio interference. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't know what's, yeah, if we can, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's an extensive code of conduct that we have agreed to that has to be in place for this use at all times, and that has been included in its entirety as part of our stipulation letters. This is a use that will not impact negatively any of the other residential properties, and certainly does something to, certainly acts to enhance the lives of the students who will be utilizing it as part of KSU. With that, I'm going to turn the remainder of my time over so that some of the other issues and items can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support? Okay, you have a balance of 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stephen Cadronell. I live at 339 Terra Trail in Sandy Springs, Atlanta, Georgia. I am here on behalf of Hillel's of Georgia today, but some of you may know me by my profession. I've been a commercial real estate developer in this community for close to 35 years. You may know me as the chair of the Kennesaw State University Foundation. You may know me as a board member of the Town Center CID, or you may know me for my work in the Jewish community and the greater Atlanta community. I'm here today wearing all of those hats, as well as the hat of a parent whose son attended Kennesaw State University. And I'm here to share with you a little bit more about Hillel and what I understand the history of this application to have been. For those of you who are not aware, Hillel is a 100-year-old international organization serving students throughout the world, throughout the country, and throughout 9 other campuses in Georgia. And they're looking to identify and put a stake in the ground to also serve the students of Kennesaw. I wish Hillel's wasn't necessary. I wish our children didn't need a place of sanctuary. Unfortunately, that's not the world I live in. Many of you have seen the rise in anti-Semitism these past years. Some of you may have even seen the flyers that were thrown out on the driveways of Sandy Springs and in Dunwoody. Flyers claiming that Jews' Talmud is satanic and other horrifying headlines I won't share. That is why Hillel's of Georgia is so important. That is why Hillel's at KSU is so important. During the initial planning commission, we heard concerns about students driving through the neighborhood, loitering, smoking, parking, tearing down signs. Concerns that if I were a resident, I would be voicing as well. I'm here to share with you that at the request of the Planning Commission, after the first hearing, we were asked to continue to operate as we do, so that the neighborhood and the Planning Commission could see if those concerns would materialize. They did not. And in fact, in talking with one of our neighbors, Cindy Spruill, I hope to continue that conversation after this hearing. I understand that most of the concerns expressed were concerns from approximately 10 years ago, and that none of the concerns have been expressed during our term of ownership, or occupancy rather. It's also important to note that there is nothing we would be doing in this home, nothing, that is any different than what any other homeowner does in their home in this neighborhood. We invite students in, we give them shelter, we encourage them to live ethical lives, we share bread with them, and we say blessings over that bread. And we encourage them to be inclusive of other people and other faiths in their lives. The only reason we are here seeking a special land use permit today has nothing to do with our use. We are only here because we are purchasing or wish to purchase this home in the name of Hillel's of Georgia, as opposed to a private homeowner. That is the only distinction. But let me add other distinctions. What we don't do here is we don't shower here. We don't sleep here. And the lights go out every night here between 9 and 10 o'clock. During the past 4 months, we've held multiple gatherings both at KSU and at this home. Not a single complaint to our knowledge has been registered. There's been a concern raised about value. I can tell you that none of those concerns are documented by study. I can in fact share with you studies that prove just the opposite. Religious organizations add values to communities. Please allow us to live in peace. Allow us to serve our students, shelter our children, and add value to this neighborhood. And if you have any other questions about the buffers between this home and the rest of the
Sorry, your
neighborhood,
time has run. Thank you.
I'll be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you. We will now hear from opposition. You'll have a total of 10 minutes, and be mindful if there are multiple speakers.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cindy Sproul, and I have lived in the house downhill from the proposed Hillel house for over 42 years. I was 23 when I purchased the property, and I am now 66 and a senior citizen. Most of my income has gone into my home as an investment over all of these years. My husband has lived in the home for 26 years. I have fought to keep our neighborhood residential for 20-plus years because KSU started growing and they were encroaching. So I met with them as well as other members of our subdivision for over 20 years. I was directly involved in separating Fry Lake Road from Campus Loop Road because we could not get out of our driveway due to student traffic. I sacrificed 1/3 of my driveway so the county could place me on Fry Lake Road instead of Campus Loop Road. Everything on Campus Loop Road belongs to the university except for the Lutheran Church and the Catholic Center. They are not in a neighborhood. We are in a residential neighborhood, this portion of Fry Lake Road. I was directly involved in persuading KSU to build a fence and barrier between our neighborhood street and KSU to prevent the students from coming over, hanging out in the driveway, sitting in the driveway, smoking, eating, littering, and the KSU police could not do anything for us because that was out of their jurisdiction. We had to go to Cobb County Police and beg for help. He told me to meet with KSU and maybe we could get this, remedied. And so they did agree to put up the black fence. Once they put up the black fence, students were still coming around and smoking, but because the campus was no smoking, KSU did get involved to prevent the smoking at the top of the street. I'm afraid if this is approved, what's going to keep the other students from saying, oh, there's a Hillel house, students are going over there, that is no longer residential, so I'm going to go hang out in the street, smoke, eat, litter. Also, if you grant the SLUP, it will strongly decrease the value of my home as well as other homes on this portion of Fry Lake Road. I was told my home would decrease in value by 20% or maybe a little more. The reason why, it will make my home very hard to sell to an individual or a family since I will be surrounded, as you look at the map, all by KSU downhill, KSU in front, and now organization affiliated with KSU. No individual or family would be interested in buying my home. The Hillel house may have a homey atmosphere, but I would lose my homey atmosphere. If you grant this SLUP, my husband and myself also would like a SLUP, as you leave us no alternate than to sell out to another student organization or business. Since I was told that I would be losing 20% of my home value, who would like to make up for that? Would the Hillel House organization like to, hand me the 20% value that I'll be losing? Cobb County? I mean, we're just at a loss. I've been there for 42 years. And it's a shame that we cannot keep our neighborhood residential, that we have to have a business to come in or an organization that sort of breaks it up. I have not one thing against the Hillel House. It's just that once that's passed, and hopefully I can get something, or maybe the neighbor, it's going to just go all over the neighborhood. So we will no longer be a residential area. We'll all just sort of be a part of Pine Tree. Thank you. A part of the campus. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes and 28 seconds left.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Phil Anzalone. I'm president of Pine Tree Civic Association. We are deeply opposed to this for several reasons, one of them being safety. This Pine Tree is roughly 600 homes. We've fought for over 20 years to keep it residential. We've had agreements with KSU to basically create a very strong barrier between the residential area and KSU. The one thing I want to state that's going to be stated by the next gentleman is there really is no comparison between the Catholic Center and the other Jewish organization. Number one, this has nothing to do with religion. The other facilities are religious worship, house of worship. This is not. The other ones provide parking. They have none of the restrictions. They have buffers, etc. This is the right effort in the wrong house. Something that also the Planning Commission denied this. There were 61 residents that signed a petition in one day to oppose this. The neighbors on both sides of this house have signed the petition to oppose this. What's really quite a problem there, you've seen this, what really is very difficult to transmit to you is the fact that there is a demarcation line. KSU has been very active. On our board, we've had KSU people, whether it's the VP, the Dean of Students. We've kept the residents residential. We've kept KSU, KSU. This would create a major problem as far as setting a precedent. Because as much as we say, okay, this is a special operation, this opens the door. Everybody wants to have these houses for KSU because it's adjacent to it. There is no parking. One of the big problems you'll see later on, we built that barrier there, the barrier you could see, to keep it separate. There's a very strong barrier. This is a street with no parking. It also is a substandard street. You can't even turn a car around in, okay, I know you're there. Right there. That's a compact car. You have to go in somebody's driveway. The people on the other side, besides Cindy, basically have young children. They're opposed because there is no sidewalk, there is no ability to get to it. The other issue is the fire department. While it was not in the staff recommendations, the fire department is the one that required the no parking signs. We've had major problems keeping students from parking here. They park there illegally. Years ago, we had the police used to ticket it. They stopped doing that because of the lack of staff. KSU used to ticket there because there's a parking problem at KSU. There's 11 signs. The other point I want to make is when we originally were talking about this, Hillel was basically saying they'd have up to 50 people. They've reduced that number to 40 people. But if you're in a residential area and you have young kids, do you want to have 50 students next to you? It's just not acceptable. Please keep it residential. Thank you.
Thank you. There are 2 minutes and 3 seconds remaining.
Good morning. My name is Roy McPherson. I'm on the Pine Tree Civic Association board. I'll be short because we're running out of time. Go one more picture. Okay, right there. You see the tree line, you see the street and the street. Okay, the short street is the one the house is on. KSU, the DOT, and Cobb County all decided to build that wall. The wall of a fence and trees to separate the residential from the college. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers for the balance of time? You have about 90 seconds left.
Hello, my name's Dean Stewart. I've been a resident of Pine Tree for 38 years now. I'm at the other end of Fry Lake Road. As I mentioned before, this is the only road from the neighborhood that goes directly onto the campus. So it's been battered since day one, since they started their expansion. Students parking illegally, students renting houses with 10 people in them, putting fraternity flags in their window, and we've won a lot of those battles. We also defeated a condominium that was trying to locate within our community, and they moved around the corner just outside, which worked out just fine. So as all of us have said, we want to keep this a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers? You have about 40 seconds left. Seeing none, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. I would first like to start out by saying the issue here is not Hillel as far as a faith-based organization. Everyone knows and submitted for the record in your stip letter, Mr. Moore, is the Code of Conduct. We know that it is an outstanding organization that, and, you know, we support your education and outreach to the students here. The issue is the location of where you want to go. It isn't appropriate for any organization or group of any size to be in a strictly residential neighborhood such as this. We have met with the neighbors several times, Commissioner Gambrell and I. We've met with the representatives for Hillel and Mr. Moore as well. And my concern is, since it was brought up to compare it to the other faith-based organizations, the stretch of Campus Loop Road is where the Catholic Center is surrounded by KSU Foundation and departments with offices. It's not in a residential area. Where the Chabad Center is up at Fry Lake and Campus Loop. That went through zoning for several months as well with a lot of Pine Tree representatives, and they worked it out. It's on a corner. It's not in a row of 5 streets within Pine Tree subdivision, and the neighbors, after many meetings and conversations, and with me and the representatives of Chabad, worked it out. It has parking on site. This doesn't. And it has buffers and landscaping surrounding it, and it's not really encroaching on the neighborhood. So for the students to walk here, there's no sidewalks, there's no crosswalks in the intersection for them to safely walk from the parking deck or from their dorm room or wherever they're coming from on campus. And there's no sidewalks. And it's a dead-end street. They're the next to the last house of 5 houses on a dead-end street. Does not have the support of the neighbors on either side. And I just think a better location on campus or within a commercial area would be better suited than this. I know there's been a lot of interaction with the community, and I'm really struggling to turn this down. But on the other hand, it's just too much of an impact and burden on a residential area. So I'd like to hear from well, first of all, we met last week with the folks at Hillel and came up with 1 million almost conditions and stipulations and restrictions. And we can put those in place, but are they enforceable? I mean, the police we're in a shortage of police as it is, And to have them called out because someone's on the street parking or whatever, it's not feasible because we don't have the staff to do that, and code enforcement either. And I just, I really don't know what the solution is, but I don't think that this is the appropriate location for Hillel. If they have any interest in looking for another location, and giving them a couple months to do so, we could look at possibly holding it with the direction of finding a more appropriate location near the campus or on the campus. But I'd like to hear if there's any other suggestions or support or opposition from my colleagues up here, if I may.
For the applicant, I just have a couple of questions regarding the parking. Thanks. It was mentioned that the original number of students, the max would be 50, and then that was changed to 40. Can you confirm how many students you anticipate having at any given time at the center?
Yes, and I'll do my best, and we also have Valerie Chambers, who is the professional executive director of the Hillel House here, that can also correct me and add to that. We have conducted approximately 73 different programs over the last 6 months. Half of those approximately have been on the university's campus, where we offer breakfast bagels and fellowship. The other 40% have occurred in this house. The average attendance has been about 9 students. The median attendance has been about 20 students. On one occasion, during a Shabbat Friday night meal, we were fortunate enough to have 42 students show up. They were spread out in 3 small rooms of the house. And when it came time for them to say the prayers over the wine and the candles and all come together in a single place, the only place they could do that was large enough was the backyard. I would love to show you pictures of what 42 students reciting blessings over the candles and wine by candlelight look like in the backyard of this house. You can't see it from any of the other houses because the buffer is on all 3 sides, but it's a beautiful thing to see, if I could show that to you. So in short, the answer to your question is most times less than 20. On very rare occasions, once over the last 6 months, 42 students showed up for a Friday night dinner. And not once during any of those events was there a complaint about parking, was there a complaint about loitering, was there a complaint about smoking, was there a complaint about traffic. And all of those students, Joanne, if you'll allow me, used both sides of Campus Loop Road where there is a sidewalk to walk to our house, as well as Frey Lake Road, where there is a sidewalk to walk to our house. If there is a concern about a crosswalk, we would gladly paint a crosswalk at both Frey Lake Road and Campus Loop Road, but there are abundant sidewalks.
Okay. And just as a follow-up to the parking, let me just ask this. Would this center be restricted to KSU students only, or would any student from any other area be able to visit this location?
Again, I may need the correction from our executive team. I don't think that there is very often cross-university programming.
Okay.
We have gone to other universities that have larger facilities. For example, Emory University has a much larger Hillel House, and we have attended events there. It's unlikely they would attend events here. It is open to KSU students of all faiths.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because it has for worship and social gatherings, which isn't necessarily connected to the program at KSU. So I just wanted a little clarification there.
Yeah,
But
and an example of a social gathering would be that Friday night Shabbat meal.
Okay. All right. And with the parking, the variance request, if this is still one that you're requesting, Kevin, is to reduce the parking spaces from 10 to the existing driveway? Do you know
Exactly.
approximately how many cars will fit in the driveway?
We have a 2-car garage, and we could park 4, possibly 5 cars in the driveway, but we are not encouraging cars as a means of transportation to this house. We strongly encourage the students walk. We don't want to see cars parked on the street. If we see cars parked on the street, our sensitivities go up and our alarms go up because those cars should not belong to us, and we want to make sure those cars are not a threat. So we are as opposed, probably more vehemently opposed, to on-street parking than the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. You want to see if any other commissioners have any? Commissioner Campbell?
So where I have struggled with this is in the code, when we build residential subdivisions, there's language that if there's a community center, a pool, recreation, it has to be constructed first prior to the home being constructed. That way, the homeowner that moves in understands they're going to be next to a community center, a place of gathering. So while it's claimed that this house is going to be used for no other purpose than what we could use our homes on a daily basis, again, our neighbors don't have gatherings of 30 people on a weekly basis. It might be once in a while, every so often. So that's where I don't see a parallelism here. I do agree with the statement that it's the right effort, it's the wrong house. Amy Diaz, if you could verify for us if there are sidewalks on Fry Lake where these 5 homes reside. Can you confirm or verify that for us? The reason is on the one GIS, it didn't appear, and also the pictures that were shown with the vehicles parked, that there were sidewalks on this section of Fry Lake. Ma'am, if we can just, we're going to take comments from the mic, not
Amy
from the
Diaz,
audience.
DOT, they're correct, that there are no sidewalks on Fry Lake. There are on Campus Loop.
Thank you. So again, I have concerns about the safety and well-being of the students. And also, to take shortcuts. Are they going to be, jumping fences, cutting down the buffer? Again, we don't know if that's going to happen. We would hope it wouldn't happen. But also, I think we shouldn't overlook the fire marshal's comments with the CO. Because again, this is not a house that is being resided in. This is a house that is bringing the community into it, and there's different requirements for that structure that are not in place here, which goes back to the safety for the community. Do you have any comments?
I would just say I agree with the comment that this is something that is necessary, but certainly finding a more suitable location for this so that it can be accommodated. I know I'd be interested in helping find that too. I'd be interested in seeing that happen and helping in any way to find a more suitable, safe location.
Ditto to that sentiment. I'm very sympathetic to the desire of the student organization. And when I saw the initial map put on the screen by the applicant, I presumed that this house was directly off of Campus Loop Road, not understanding there was that other street adjacent that's all residential. One of the speakers pointed out to the fence and trees. I think that clearly shows intent to separate the uses. And to go and conjoin it would contradict that in an egregious manner. I'm sure there was a lot of investment and consideration given to even have that road there to show that demarcation of uses. I also think about someone's residential use of their property. And is it reasonable for them to have a neighbor that can have upwards 10, 15, 20 plus people there on a consistent basis? And I also don't think that's reasonable, particularly if someone has young children. I think of my children and having a number of people who aren't in a residential community where you know your neighbors, you kind of know the traffic patterns, and just the element of uncertainty that's provided, I think, is impactful to someone's quiet enjoyment of a residential area that seems stable enough for someone to have lived there 40 plus years. And considering the age of the homes there may be that expectation of keeping it a stable residential community. Now, if things progress and it just seems like, look, this is College Town, and the residents want to concede that maybe there's some consideration from the foundation or KSU to acquire those lots and do something to demarcate that area as now being part of the campus. But until there are substantiated efforts of that, I don't think that I would want the onus on me to limit the quiet enjoyment of someone's residential property and possibly impair property values because of this campus community center, which would be in a residential neighborhood. I mean, it's proximate to KSU, but it's immediately adjacent to a stabilized single-family area. And I just don't see how that's overcome by today's presentation by the applicant.
Madam Chair, if I may. Here from the fire marshal's office. Oh, sorry. I'm looking over here. Could you come up, sir? With no turnaround, and this is a dead end, what does a fire truck do if there's a fire here?
Jeff Berg, Cobb County Fire. The code requires that no portion of that building be over 150 foot from the fire apparatus access road. That dead end street, if we park in front of that house, we are within 150 foot of the home. The intent was that we could use the driveway to turn around and back out. The concern now, after listening to everyone's statement, is that there is not much parking in the home. So now would the driveway prevent us from doing that? So our comments was based on using the driveway as a turnaround.
So that puts us in an awkward position would they be required to have sprinklers in the home?
That would be up to the plan review process. When they go through their CO process, that will be determined then.
Okay, and Bill, you may need to answer this, but what's our liability if they're operating without a CO now? As long as their SLUP is pending, are they allowed, or how do we address that?
I mean, they're not allowed to operate without a SLUP. I mean, I've seen the board give, sometimes when you deny it, you give a range for a date certain for it to stop the activity. I've seen the board do that before. In this instance, it could be the end of the spring semester, which is only, 2 months away or 3 months away.
Right.
So I didn't hear any occupancy issues related to that would require, that would actually require a sprinkler system or anything like that.
But that would be determined when they go through the process, when they get their SLUP to get a CO. So there wouldn't be any liability if anything happened right now if they don't have a CO on the county's part?
Well, the liability would be the owner or the operator of that property
Okay.
to be able to do that.
Okay, so we're okay if they're allowed to operate if we hold this for 60 days? I'm just trying to make sure.
Well, if you're holding it for 60 days, I don't, I think there's a clear direction from the board. Like I said, you could go ahead and vote and then give an enforcement date that would be 60 days later or 90 days later if you want to do that. Holding it, of course, it's the pleasure of the board if that's what you want to do. So.
Okay. So,
Well, let's take a recess, please. All right, our meeting is now called back to order. Commissioner Burrow, you had some concerns? Okay, thank you. Yep.
and we're missing Monique.
They're not up? I'm good,
We're
thank you,
missing
we're good.
Monique.
Yes, we will resume our meeting so we can have deliberation of this matter before those who are here.
Okay. Is there a consensus on the board to hold this for 60 days with direction to find a more appropriate location for Hillel? And to either stop operations or give them to the 60 days or to the end of the semester? Because I know they have things scheduled, they have a lease on this property. So I'd like to hear what the consensus is.
Commissioner Gamble?
I think we need to make the motion to deny it. Do we know what the last day of KSU schedule is for winter classes? And then make that the day that then it becomes effective and they can no longer use the residence for this use. That way it doesn't bring everybody back in 2 months to hear the case again, just to have the inevitable denial that it sounds like is coming forth from the board.
Yeah. If that's going to happen, I would give them till the end of the semester, till the end of May to vacate. Is that agreeable?
Maybe end of the semester plus 7 days or so for move out, and, well, any kind of belongings, just the extra buffer on the end of the semester.
Okay, so the first part of June, maybe, first weekend.
The final day of exams is, let's see, May 8th. And so we were talking about the end of May.
Right.
That wouldn't
So
have
the
time to
end of
go
May
yet.
would work. Mhm. That'd give them 3 weeks after classes in.
But I think we also need to make sure that it's known that, there's no students to be residing within the home.
They don't.
Okay, well, I know they don't, but my concern with this discussion is that, again, it's just meant to be a place to gather, not necessarily reside.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Jeff Bird, Fire Marshal's
Hey,
Office.
Jeff.
In your deliberation, I did want to share with you that if they are operating currently without a CO and one of our inspectors go out there for whatever reason, without knowing the results of this, they're probably going to be issued a violation notice or a citation if they continue to operate without a certificate of occupancy and they're operating as a commercial establishment. I just
Okay.
wanted to share that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And usually when we deny something, we do allow time for them to vacate. This is kind of tricky if they don't have a current CO, but thank you, Jeff. That just makes it even more difficult.
But If they do receive a citation within that period, it wouldn't necessarily be enforced because there would be a decision on the books, I believe, because we've had other situations like that.
It's completely up, it's completely up to you, Commissioner Brawl. I think it's reasonable to consider the end of the semester. I see the applicant is raising their hand. I don't know if they're willing to, if you want to entertain collaboration or consideration that they have. I understand Commissioner Gamble's point, and I understand yours. Either way, you're going to get to a similar end. One, I think, with the whole shows that you have some sensitivity to the applicant and their position, but there's a practical element too of having to come back for zoning.
Stephen, you can come up.
I just wanted to share for the benefit of your deliberation, we are not a commercial establishment, and we do have a CO. The house was originally CO'd when it was constructed some time ago. So I don't know what the question of CO might be. In terms of our desire to continue to provide support to students through the end of the semester, I hope you will consider that. I hope you'll give us time to also talk with the neighbors. We are good neighbors, and we implore you for that time and opportunity.
Okay, are there any more comments before I make the motion?
I would want to hear from the neighbors.
Yeah. Cindy, can you come up, please? And like I said, we have gone through several restrictions and stipulations to see if that was something that could be worked out. But the neighbors were still not in support.
I'm definitely not in support. I've calmed down a little. Thank you. I've been there for 42 years. Do you know what it's like being in a home for 42 years and then you work hard to keep it residential? I mean, we have worked, not only myself, but many, many neighbors of Pine Tree and Weatherburn to keep ourselves separated from KSU. When I moved there in 1980, looking out my front door, you could just see the rooftops of some buildings in the very background. Now it has built. Well, I've said, okay, that's KSU. They have a right to build. We've met with KSU. We've told them we wanted to keep our neighborhood residential and, KSU with their campus. I called and had 2 people to come out to look at my home. And they said, yes, your property value will decline. The reason why, KSU owns everything except for the Lutheran Church and the Catholic Center. So you've got all of that downhill, and then across from you is KSU, and then beside you, it's not going to be a residential home. It will be a home used for other services. That will make your property value decline. Any individual or family coming to look at homes in Pine Tree, they will not be interested in your home because you will not have that neighborhood feel. And I don't know, I'm just really upset. I mean, I have worked hard for 42 years of putting money into the house, and that's one thing they told me. I said, well, I guess I could just update it. They said, oh no, don't update it because you will not get your money back on any improvements you put into your home if this goes through forward, because it will not increase the value of your home. So you'll be taking a loss on anything that you do to your home along with the value. I'll be more than happy if someone wants to put in the money to have it appraised, to see what it'd be appraised now and appraised later. But I'm old. I'm sick. I've got an eye infection. My husband's got heart issues. I don't think this should be put into my hands. I mean, think of yourself, if you were in a residential area for 42 years and we went to KSU, Cobb County Department of Transportation, And they agreed. They did not want us on Campus Loop Road. Turning into our driveway, we were backing up the traffic of trying to get around campus. And the same thing coming in from the other side. We were backing up traffic. So therefore, they were more than happy to put us on this separate little street of Fry Lake Road to keep us residential. And then the fence went up and the barrier to keep the students from coming over. KSU was declared, all the colleges were, I think it was 2013, no smoking. By 2015, it was unbelievable, with students coming over, smoking, sitting in the driveway, on the curb, not only mine, but all the homes up the street, dropping their papers in the yard, in the driveway, and getting in our face, saying, "You don't have a right to this street. It's a public street." And I went, "No, it's a residential street." We had to go to Cobb County Police, and he said, "No, you have a right. They should not be smoking over on your street." I'm just afraid if this passes, other students will be saying, "Oh, that's no longer a residential home. Students are over there occupying the home, in and out. We can go over there now and smoke in the street, not, at the house, the Hillel house, but,
Thank you.
But anyway, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I thought you were seeking an answer to a question, which was, would that be amenable for a 2-month holdover, or the 2-month, until May?
I think
the
she
end of
clearly
May?
answered no.
No, she's in
She's not
opposition,
amenable to
period. Correct. Okay, so, as you've heard, this does put a burden on the neighbors. There's not support on the adjacent property owners. I think there was a petition of 61 names in opposition submitted at Planning Commission. Do we have that today for the record as well? Well, the representative from Pine Tree Field didn't submit it again today, did he? Okay. But it will carry over to this, okay. Okay. Yeah, you can just hand that to the clerk for the record, Phil.
This is only the front page. There were 61. So
Okay.
the front page, which has the adjacent neighbors.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to deny SLUP 16 with deadline of the end of May 31st, to vacate the premises.
2023.
2023.
Should we include the use, just to be clear, because I don't know if it will turn back to residential, or just for clarification?
What do you mean?
Go ahead, Bill.
It's 20 now.
I was just going to say, you're right, this is for a SLUP for special use, so they have to stop the use, they don't have to vacate the premises. So,
Okay, I see what you're saying. So give them to May 31st to stop operating at this location, 2023. Okay. Do I need to amend my motion to say that, or is that agreeable with the second?
Is anyone willing to second?
Second.
Oh, we don't have a second.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Commissioners, we have a number of matters on our agenda. We have Yeah, we have 2 regular cases. Then we have 3 other business items, and we still have the comp plan. It's now 11:45, which is close to lunchtime. Would you like to break for lunch and come back for the rest of the hearing, or would you like to continue through with our zoning hearing?
My regular was added to consent, so that leaves one.
Okay,
I say break for lunch.
okay, okay.
Do you want to break?
All right, so I'm hearing a consensus for us to break lunch. Commissioners, we have why don't we take a break for about an hour and come back at 12:45? Thank you.
talked to them. I talked to them. Well, I thought about not doing it, but
Okay. Whenever you're ready, yep. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. I will turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, to help us go through the rest of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, next piece of business is rezoning case Z1 of 2023. Tower Broughton requests a rezoning from O&I to LI for a contractor, which is a specialized tree and landscaping contractor in land lot 296 of the 17th District. Property is located on the north side of Barber Road, west of Old Concord Road. The applicant is present. Yes. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z1?
Yes.
Okay, let the record show.
Mr. and Mrs. Barge, one.
Is it two? Two? Okay, let the record show there's two people opposed. All those who want to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners.
So the timer's on the podium. The timer's on the podium.
Oh, okay. Did you say 10 hours?
10 minutes.
Not today, sir, not today.
Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to address this body for within the 10 minutes. Petition, this original piece of property.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Curtis Briscoe.
Thank you. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay. This property was actually purchased about, well, the property sit vacant for about 5 years, and it was O&I, and we were told in order to park the trucks on the property that we needed to get it zoned to L1. And so we filed a petition for that, to park the trucks, and work with the county and the engineers about it. And so the county came back with some recommendations, and those recommendations we concur with. But basically, we don't operate a business. It is for the storage of some trucks, and down the road, a building to house some of these trucks. And the concern was whether or not it's a residential, a retail operation. It's not a retail operation at all. But the recommendation from Z1 to the NRC that will allow us to park the equipment on this property. There's no tree cutting on this property, there's no grinding, it's none of that. Basically, the trucks, based on their capacity, I understand that we needed to get the zoning changed to park the trucks and the equipment that's needed for this. Okay? And that's basically it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and hear from opposition. You'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name's Sherry Barge. I'm talking about the zoning variance for the property of 411 Barber Road, across from our house, 400. There's a water flood zone right in our area. We have a stream bed goes through our yard. And the gentleman that took into the property, I won't name names, but he started putting logging and trucks and, big light industrial, and it was getting out of control. And for the last 4 years, I've tried to keep this situation, the people abreast of this situation and here with y'all, so that you would see that there's more than meets the eye. And as they just started out, they just parked cars and trucks, and they had so many things going, you couldn't tell what was going on. It was noisy, it caused traffic, caused noise, it just, children were forced to walk on the other side of the street. It's dangerous for kids. It's 3 schools. There's just a lot of variables that go into it that don't suggest it's a good idea for that street. It's a residential area, and I don't want anything to affect my property. I think that what they did is they purchased the brick house and the asphalt driveway once, the guy that ran the tree service, and then went ahead without permit and permission, if I'm not mistaken, and tore out all the trees near Georgia Power. Now that further initiated flooding from that area down into our property. They haven't done what do you call that? There's a place where water comes through and goes under the road to that stream bed, and no one has properly cleaned out that across the street, so it just kind of is growing haphazardly. I know that you can't. I was told that you can't. You put trucks on concrete because it wouldn't be very feasible or financially good. So they're going to use the asphalt to park the trucks and all. But I know a person who rooms with me who built the Cox building for the Cox lady who's passed on now for WSB, and she and I know that the gentleman said that there's always something that comes up that is necessary. So there'll be something else. Even if this is claimed to be, this is all it is going to be, there'll be something else. This is all it's going to be, and I can see it. And I just don't want the possibility of children getting injured or any accidents. People go up and down that road 100 miles an hour, and that's no exaggeration. And there's noise and, just not a very good choice of what they're asking to do. I don't have any problems with anything the gentleman said, but that doesn't mean that something will happen, or won't happen. I've talked to people at the Christian Christ the King Church. I've talked to the priest there, and I've told him, I said, I'm not ever going to sell this property. I'm going to leave it to an organization, and I don't want anybody to tear anything up around it. I have studied agriculture, and I know what happens when you rape the land and dig it up and just fool with it. You mess it up, and you cause flooding, you cause erosion, and it's already a flood zone. So why would you want to do things like cut trees down right near it? That's what keeps the ground, strong. But those are things that I can see, and I'm not trying to sound like I'm the opposite of sensibilities when it comes to nature, but it's a known fact that when you disturb nature, you're going to have an equal and just the same kind of opposite effect. So that's my way of looking at it. And we've had so many, we have a beautiful little yard. It's got, you know, animals and trees, and they even come up to us, and, you know, it's just peaceful. And I don't want a bunch of trucks coming in, and they don't even come around anymore because Georgia Power is coming in and tearing down things and cutting trees and all that. I know I can't go against Georgia Power. I'm not going to try. But I just wanted to get and find out who's going to own that property that had been taken, the trees that were taken off the property. I don't think anybody owns it now, and I think it's being sold under the guise of something else. I'm just not sure, but I don't know. But the place where they took all the trees out next to Georgia Power wasn't permitted or given permission to do, and until it was already done. So that's where I draw, you know, like, it's not happened yet, but it might happen, you know, so that's all I got to share. I respect people. I'm quiet. I don't, you know, have any confrontations with any of my neighbors. They're all minorities. I'm the only minority. They're not. And so I just, you know, I respect them for who they are, and, you know, and it's wonderful that we have a country that other countries can come and live in and use their own culture and practice it. But some of these things are misinformed, and this just goes into the sound of money, not the sensibility of nature. And the beauty of the area will slowly go down. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this matter? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn things over to Commissioner.
Could I have the applicant come back up, please? So just for some background, originally this had a slope with it for operation uses, but that was withdrawn.
That is correct.
So this application, the request is for LI, but, excuse me, for parking of vehicles and trucks and equipment and an office space, office use, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what are your hours of operation going to be?
Okay, pick up the trucks in the morning. They generally is going to come back. The truck's going to be basically parked overnight, you know, once they finish in the stump grinding. It depends, like when we have storms and emergencies, you know, we have the trucks, they have to be used at night. We work in conjunction with Georgia Power, which we right at Georgia Power. But the trucks will basically be there overnight when they're not in use. And that's
But they'll just be parked.
They'll be parked, that's right.
And are you going to install gravel?
It's,
in the
I think they
crushing run,
recommend
or-
we put asphalt millings, I believe, asphalt millings we were told, or asked to put down, and that has been installed.
So they will be on a hardened surface?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I know that was originally a variance, but John, that's been removed? Because they have to be on
Well, you know,
asphalt or gravel or something.
if they're just talking about putting down millings, then that doesn't count as a hard treated surface unless you treat it with asphalt or something else to make it hard.
Okay, we can do.
Okay.
Okay, so millings and asphalt?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that will need to be a step, an added stipulation, I guess. So, well, you are on a residential street. And we heard from the neighbors across the street. So I'm trying to see how you can mitigate the trucks or equipment coming in the middle of the night and creating any type of sound or noise.
We don't propose, to do middle of the night. What happens is this. The business runs normally from about 9 to 5 or 9 to 6. We have a storm, we have an emergency or something like that, then the crew would have to come pick up the equipment, to go respond to that. It's based on a need situation. But we generally operate Monday through Friday from about 9 to 6.
9 to 6, okay. That's reasonable, but, if you're in an emergency situation, I know Georgia Power's on to the north and the side of you, so I guess that will determine too, when you're called out.
Right. If an emergency arrives, yes, we're called out. But generally, our hours are basically from 9 to 6.
Okay, and then what kind of landscaping or fencing are you going to have around the property?
We talked about us putting up a buffer and a landscape buffering, and we agreed we'll do that to keep it aesthetic, within the neighborhood because the property is so.
I don't see what the, okay. Applicant to install 20-foot landscape buffer with a 6-foot solid wooden fence along Barber Road and eastern property line, excluding the existing house area.
Yes.
Okay. That's in the zoning division comments, so that's, okay. And then you've also, do you have security cameras on the yard, on the front?
They're being installed because we just put a new roof up. The property, we just got through treating it for termites, and the company is about to install the security cameras because of the equipment.
Okay. And this, I think staff instead of rezoning it to LI, Planning Commission and staff are recommending NRC with a special contractors
Yes,
use.
ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all I had for you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Barge had brought a petition to my office, and I just want to submit that for the record. I don't know if she filed it with the clerk or not. No? Oh. Does anybody else have any discussion? Go ahead. Before.
To me, this is just another classic example of some things fit within some parts of the county and some things don't. I mean, look, you have LI right next to industrial. O&I is the step-down zoning. Zoning it to NRC, which is a step-down category, just to facilitate a high-intensity use, doesn't fulfill the spirit of step-down zoning. It does it by name and not by use. If you look at all of the traffic that's coming off of Barber Road, it's all industrial. I mean, it's all residential. The industrial property comes off of Atlanta Road, which is more fitting, but Barber Road, which is indicative by the kids walking up and down that street, shows this is a residential street. Here, we're asking to fulfill a contractor's license. I don't know the contractor's name. Is this for a particular business? Are these small 6-foot, 8-foot trucks? Because from what I see, it looks like it's a hodgepodge of industrial trucks that could fit on the Atlanta Road property as much as it could fit on this property, which means that there could be long trucks, large-sized trucks parked right next to where people live. And I'm very curious to know if the applicant can come up, what is going on with this residential property right next to you? Because I don't even see a line of demarcation between what you're doing and what's going on in the residential property to the east.
Okay, I'm not quite understanding.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Can you tell me what's going on at the residential home to the east? Because it looks as if the trucks that are parked on your lot seem to coincide with the uses that are both north and east to your site. Is that another separate business there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's a business that, to me, that is in a zone R20 area, to me, that needs to have some attention, looking at the activity that's on this map, which would, to me, encourage you to perceive that your use may be compatible next door. But I just don't see, with O&I is a category that has low industrial, commercial, financial institutions, maybe daycares. I don't think O&I contemplates truck parking.
Well, when the property was purchased in 2020, when we bought the property, we bought it O&I because they said that's what we needed to have.
What kind of business do you have?
It's a TNC concept. This is a stump grinding business.
Okay.
Stump grinding, tree stump grinding business. We don't cut any trees. It's just purely a stump grinding.
So these are all your business trucks here?
Should be two trucks. I can't see.
I'm counting.
No, it's next door to that is something else. I'm not sure of all of that. But basically, we have 2 trucks. Basically, you're going to find 1 or 2 trucks. That's all we have.
That's fair. So.
That's all we have.
Okay, so these trucks then that are shown on this picture, these aren't from your business?
No, ma'am.
You will keep those off of your property?
No, ma'am.
You will keep those off of your property?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We only have 2 trucks.
Is there a fence between your property and
We're about to install a fence based on the
Perfect.
recommendation. They told
Okay.
us wooden fence. So.
Okay. To me, if it's just 2 trucks
Right.
coming in, that seems fair. To me, I'm seeing what looks to be a heavier use of that site than what you're proposing.
Right.
So if there's anything that's being done to facilitate additional trucks on that property, I would encourage that not to continue here.
Okay. Well, we have only 2 trucks.
Okay.
So we can limit it.
Yeah, I would encourage you to limit it. And it's good, I appreciate the fact that he's going to pave it because it doesn't have a long enough driveway to facilitate just a dust apron. So you're going to have all that dust traffic coming into a residential area,
Oh, I'm sorry.
which I'm grateful. And then, sir, where are you going to be parking your trucks? Can you park them towards the rear as opposed to up front?
Right. That's where they'll be parked, not up front at all. They're in the back.
All right. As long as it's office use and it's not as intense as what's depicted here, I'm more inclined to be in support of it. You're only going to have those 2 trucks coming in and out, which means you don't have other delivery trucks coming in to your business that are of similar size?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Hopefully that'll tamp down whatever is the perceived truck traffic on Barber Road, because I know that is a residential street.
No, we only have 2 trucks, and that's all. We own and run 2 trucks. And sometimes it may only be 1 truck
Okay.
on the property because the superintendent some days take that truck and we have to leave it in areas.
Okay. That's fair. Why is NRC being proposed here for staff?
In the NRC zoning code, there is a section in it under special exceptions that allows specialized contractors, and that's what this gentleman does. And the staff's recommendation to delete the NRC with a special exception, we felt was less intense than zoning it
Yes.
light industrial.
Yes, it is, because I think it's industrial compatible, right? It's
it-
the future land use.
It is industrial compatible, and furthermore, there's language in the comp plan that requires the board and planning commission to put additional landscaping adjacent to the residential zone properties. That's why in the staff recommendation is a 20-foot landscape buffer along Barber Road and the east property line.
Barber Road and,
In the east property line.
sorry. East, okay, that's good. And then I would just encourage code enforcement to see what's going on in that adjacent residential use property, because to me, it just doesn't look as if that's an appropriate use of what we're seeing here on the screen.
Okay, we'll send code enforcement out to that address.
Where these trucks are
That's
in the house.
412 Barber Road.
I don't see the number.
Yeah, I can't see the number on it.
It's the strip right beside Z1, where the trucks are parked and the house is, and it's zoned R20.
It's 412, according to.
Oh, yeah.
The
on
aerial map.
GIS.
Yeah.
Okay. 412 Barber Road. Yeah.
Yes, I'm done.
I just wanted you to confirm that the existing building is for admin?
Yes,
You'll have
yes,
an
ma'am.
admin? Okay, all right. Yeah, this application reminds me much of the one that I had last year, I think, off Flint Hill Road, John. And that was also reduced to the same, or deleted to the same zoning category for the same reasons. And that business was also a tree stumping business. But I would ask of the commissioner for recommendation if you would include in the stipulation that the tree stumping will be prohibited use.
Yeah, it is.
Or tree grinding.
Tree grinding. Okay,
And
thanks.
grinding, cutting, it's all in there, but I'll read that into
Great, thank you.
the record.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I misinterpreted what your intent was with the intensity that I saw on the screen, which got me very concerned about that
Yes,
roadway.
ma'am.
Thank Commissioner Gamble, yes, go ahead, ma'am. I think she needs you. Sorry.
He's trying to get away from us.
Oh,
You were the one who said 10 hours, right?
come back.
So you also stated equipment would be stored here. So we know there's going to be 2 trucks. How much equipment, additional equipment will be stored?
The grinders, but most of them are going to be on the trucks, what they call the grinders that go down. So the 2 grinders that we currently own will be attached to the truck. Later on, we had mentioned about putting a building in the back that will house those 2 grinders. But that's it. We don't have any other equipment. We don't cut down any trees or anything.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I think it's a fair conciliation, given that it's industrial compatible, you know.
Okay. Anything else, or are y'all ready for me to make a motion? It's District 3 day. Yeah, and I just want to assure the barges that there won't be any grinding or operations going on here. That's why the SLUP was withdrawn. They're not allowed to operate in that capacity. And since we're limiting them to the 2 trucks with the grinders attached as the equipment, it shouldn't create any noise other than, you know, when they come in and go out, but just obey the speed limit and make sure you're compatible. Well, you're going to have to come up here.
You know, I didn't think, my name's Sherry, I didn't think to reiterate the fact that there's going to be noise, but if they're not going to grind, I can, you know, deal with that. But I mean, if they're going to have to come in and have a truck service, there's the guy that owned the property next to him that had a tree service, and he still has his trucks in the backyard. But he operates on his own. He doesn't have a truck service where he can use that whole area. And he was the one that took that sixth center out of all those trees. They help to keep the water from running. If you put more stuff in there and more asphalt, more stuff, it's going to be a runoff. But, you know, I know that progress seems to be the idea. But I just want to thank you for your time, and I want to thank you all for your time. I appreciate you listening to my situation. I do have a degree in agriculture, and I studied it very closely, and I see awful things going on in Georgia that I wouldn't permit in a hog pen. You know, I just don't like it. But, you know, what can I say? I like outdoors, you know, and I want my little bit of property and my little bit of house, you know, and I've bequeathed my personal assets. And I don't want to sell the house. There's no more land to get hardly, and you can't buy it, so I don't want to sell. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Barge. I'm ready to make a motion.
I think a lot of the issues she talked about was for that 412 lot, because you can even see the wood on the back of their trucks.
And you did give a direction to code enforcement to look into that, so that's good. Because they shouldn't be operating in R20, but we don't know what's going on. Okay, so I am ready to make a motion to delete Z1 to NRC with special exception use for specialized contractor, subject to the following. District Commissioner to approve final site plan, parking plan to be approved by District Commissioner, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments, recommendations, Stormwater Management comments and recommendations, DOT comments and recommendations, applicant to install a 20-foot landscape buffer with a 6-foot solid wooden fence along Barber Road and eastern property line, excluding the existing house area, no tree debris on site, no cutting, chipping, grinding, or reduction of trees or vegetation on site. Office use and parking of equipment, vehicles and equipment only, with a limit of 2 trucks with grinders attached. Applicant is installing security cameras and milling and asphalt so that they're on a hardened surface. And any other planning commission and staff comments not otherwise in conflict? I think that's hours of operation from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. With the exception of emergency situation, disaster or emergency service, Monday through Friday, correct? Unless it's during a storm or emergency. Is that all agreeable? Okay, that's agreeable with the applicant. That's my motion.
Is there a second? I'll second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so hearing none, I'll call the question. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Barge.
Okay, moving into the other business part of the agenda today. First case we're going to hear is other business item number 65 of 2022. which is to consider a stipulation amendment for Mid-Atlantic Commercial Properties LLC regarding rezoning application Z157 of 2000, property located at the northwest intersection of Johnson Ferry Road and Waterfront Drive in land lot 470 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 65? Let the record show there's 3 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hello, my name is David Weinstein on behalf of Mid-Atlantic Properties about OB 65, the site at 3033 Johnson Ferry Road. We were here in December. We were asked to continue speaking with the neighborhood associations, which we've done so, and hopefully come to a lot closer of a compromise and resolution here. This week, we found out that Walgreens is actually vacating the property by the end of this month. I believe even as soon as Friday, they're going to be going dark. So even kind of more of a reason that, we'd like to get some sort of resolution on the stipulation of the prohibited uses here. To refresh everybody's memory, this site was, I guess, zoned in about the year 2000 for solely as a pharmacy use. Walgreens has been here for about 20 or so years, and now they're leaving. So I represent a developer who wants to, they do a lot of work with Walgreens, so that's how they came to the site. And, the plan was to hold on to the Walgreens for the next several years while Walgreens was still there paying rent, continue to operate. A little bit of a curveball now that, we found out they're leaving so soon, but hopefully we can come to an agreement on our proposed use of prohibited uses for the site so that, it doesn't sit as an empty Walgreens. 2 uses on that list that are not on the prohibited, or a handful of uses are very important to my client to have the flexibility going forward. Unfortunately, we're not in a situation where we have a development plans and tenants ready to go right away. I mean, it's a little bit of a chicken before the egg situation because we're very early in that process. If my client just wants to know that they have the flexibility to do a number of potential uses for redevelopment, possibly acquiring the site next door in that redevelopment, and obviously wants to do something that's going to go through all the planning and development process to get all the different feedback from the different county organizations. The couple of uses that are extremely important are, number 1, a drive-through with fast food, a grocery store use, and a bank use. It sounds like we're in agreement on every other prohibited use on that list. Those are the ones that, if we don't get, they pretty much told me that they're just not going to be moving forward with this. And unfortunately, they just can't make the site work for them. It's just going to be too difficult to finance. Economically, it's not going to work. But with that being said, if we can get an agreement on those uses, all the traffic concerns and everything like that, they're happy to address the comments from the community, such as the interparcel access, implementing traffic study plans and development site plan reviews so that when they have the final use, they know what it is. Then we can all kind of sit down with the neighborhood and planning and zoning and develop, a small-scale development that works for that site.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the application? Okay, we'll take opposition at this time. You have a total of 10 minutes together.
Could you put up the first slide? Yeah, I'm sorry. You did. Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome.
I am the president of East Cobb Civic Association and ECCA case manager for OB 65. ECCA proposes that not all NRC permitted uses are appropriate for this property. There are 4 major concerns in allowing unrestricted NRC use on the Walgreens property. The first one is traffic. The second is noise, extensive lighting, and compatibility with the adjacent residential area. Prior to the December meeting, the applicant agreed to all the prohibited uses proposed by ECCA and attached to our present recommendation, except for drive-through fast food restaurants. I received from Mr. Weinstein a stipulation letter of prohibited uses that the applicant was now willing to accept at 3:47 p.m. yesterday. The new stipulations put forth by the applicant leaves out 2 items previously agreed to: prohibiting EV charging stations and prohibiting supermarkets exceeding 10,000 square feet, and still leaves out fast food drive-through restaurants. As you can see, the Walgreens property is right across the street from the McDonald's property. The Waterfront Drive will be relocated, and that short section of street will lead to the only gate that will go into the Z72 residential neighborhood. The short new Waterfront Drive will be the only entrance to Walgreens property when redeveloped. The DOT has said they were going to close the entrance from Johnson Ferry until it can be, a deceleration lane can be put in there. A deceleration lane can't be put in until the other 2 properties, or at least one of the other 2 properties, is included. That's not what we're looking at here. So there's no guarantee that the applicant will acquire the adjacent properties, and therefore no deceleration lane, and the only entrance then will be from Waterfront Drive. Supermarkets. The applicant previously agreed to supermarkets under 10,000 square feet. We negotiated that. We didn't want any supermarkets at all. They said, well, we'd like to have one, but can we do it for under 10,000 square feet? We agreed to that. Again, traffic. It's moderate to heavy when you're talking about a supermarket, and you have large semi-delivery trucks trying to deliver into these areas, often early in the morning. This backs right up to the residential section that is being developed for Z72. Again, the only entrance off into this is going to be off of Waterfront Drive. There's no guarantee, again, that they're going to acquire the additional property or that there'll be an entrance from Johnson Ferry Road. Could you show the overhead for the charging station? We also had agreed that there would be no EV charging stations. Our problem with an EV charging station is it's a 24-hour operation and it has high-intensity security lighting. And this is a picture of the one that's down off of Windy Hill. You can tell this is the middle of the night when I took this picture. It looks like daylight. So it's not super attractive. These are actually, Tesla has one of the more attractive stations. If you look at some of the other bigger, charging stations, they're actually bigger, have advertisements on them, and so forth. So I think, for no other reason, it's a 24-hour operation and with excessive lighting. And I don't think that belongs next to a residential building or residential properties. That's all we have. Thank you.
There's 5 minutes and 30 seconds left.
My name is David Rumrell. I live in the Chimney Lake subdivision, just about 1,000 yards north of this property. I have sent each of the commissioners my objections to this OB. Each of you should have received it last week, but I want to hand it to and make sure it gets into the clerk. Pretty much I support everything that the ECCA said. The biggest issue at that point is traffic. When the original restriction was put on that property, it was because of traffic backed up by the McDonald's. That still exists. Traffic will be worse because of the up to 77 home subdivisions that was approved last year as part of Z72. And also Cobb DOT going to require the closing of the entrance off of Johnson Ferry, leaving a singular entrance exit point for this property. Now, I'm talking about this property only because that's what the applicant wants to talk about. He indicated they were interested in the other properties and maybe even connectivity. Until that becomes a fact and he comes forward with an interest in all the properties north, the NRC properties north of this property, and has a consolidated plan, including a traffic plan, I do not think that this should be approved. The conditions that existed in 2000, even though it was a long time ago, exist now and are going to even be exacerbated. So I do not want fast food drive-through restaurants. I do not want grocery stores. I do not want EV charging stations and anything else that's allowed by NRC that would increase the intensity of traffic. I would probably be okay with a bank. Brick and mortar banks are going downhill. You see very, very few cars in brick and mortar banks. Couple of things I want to bring to your attention in the staff analysis. It said, the applicant is requested to amend the stipulations to allow additional other uses, such as a bank, a restaurant, or medical office uses. Well, there's about 45 uses in NRC, so for the staff to even mention such as, I think is presumptive and misleading. Secondly, the staff comments in their background section said the building and other improvements remain as is. I talked to Mr. Weinstein, the applicant's representative, and he says, that's not true. We want to change it, or we want the option to change it. So there were some things in the staff analysis that weren't correct or were misleading. Of course, that was done before the December meeting. So I would support ECCA's in allowing some small changes, but primarily I just think it should be denied because none of the conditions have changed since 2000. And until he comes forward with some other things that he's trying to promise, this is the applicant, about adjacent parcels, connectivity, traffic plans, et cetera, I don't think this is the appropriate time to approve it. A couple other comments. The sign announcing this hearing, the zoning sign, big yellow zoning sign, up until 3 weeks ago still showed the meeting as December 20th. I drove by it yesterday. It's been amended now, but I don't know what the time frame for putting those signs up. So if he didn't meet, say, a 30-day, you ought not to consider it because he didn't do the notification correctly. The other thing, this is also part of JOSH. JOSH is the Johnson Ferry Shallerford Falls Small Area Plan that was passed by this board in 18. Mr. Ott, who was here before, was the district representative and brought all that together. And we are really attempting not to have that small area of Johnson Ferry piecemealed, parcel by parcel by parcel by parcel. That was not the intent of JOSH. That's not what we were trying to do with the community. We don't want each little one considered differently unless it has strict stipulations on it. And then I'll say one other thing that'll probably get me in trouble. I live in Chimney Lakes. I either live in District 2 or District 3. This property is either in District 2 or District 3. I don't really know legally, I know of opinions on sides, who my commissioner really is. So I implore all of you to think about that. And Mr. Weinstein did not even know of the Walgreens vacating the property at the end of this week until I told him so last Thursday. And I told him a couple of other things in my conversations with him over the last month, that I think he was completely disconnected with what's going on this property, as is his applicant. So I would vote to deny it and have him come back with a better comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes opposition. John, can you tell us what staff's recommendation is?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend that the Board approve the application, subject to the stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet, subject to the fire comments contained in the other business packet, subject to the DOT comments contained in the other business packet, and amending the uses to allow the additional uses of offices, a bank, or neighborhood retail uses. And then all previous conditions not in conflict to remain in effect.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you. So there was a point brought up about sign notification, and just curious, David, if you can speak to that, Mr. Weinstein.
Yes, at the end of the last hearings meeting, I think in the rush to get out before Christmas, nobody notified me to add a new sticker to the sign. I reached out to the zoning office just to check in on things, and they said, go place new stickers, and they told me, I think I picked it up the next day once they said, hey, go put these stickers on, get them out. So those were put on as soon as I was informed about that requirement.
Okay.
And they've been on for several weeks, and I think everybody who's involved in this has known about this. I don't think anybody's been prejudiced to not have notice about this hearing or when it was. So.
Okay, perhaps if someone from staff can just validate that it was up for the appropriate time period.
I believe the way David phrased it is the stickers were probably put up three weeks ago, so he may have missed 1 week of the advertising.
Is there an issue related to that, or?
There could be, but it's within the board's discretion to decide if they think there's been enough public notice for this hearing.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't impeding on something. I know that the community partners have been engaged throughout this process, but I will open that question to the board on if that's a policy. Is there anything, any commentary on that?
I'm not sure, since this was a continuance from December, but normally that is an issue if they don't post the signs initially for the 30-day notice, and if they don't get the 1,000-foot rule surrounding neighbors within 1,000 feet, those letters out with a notice. So, I mean, and there's a requirement to have 30-day notice, so.
Any other commentary on that? I mean, if it's violating policy, it's a problem.
I know some of the signs in my district that were heard today, due to the storms that we've had, are down on the ground or just completely dismantled. And the ones that I have been by and seen myself, where if neighbors have said, the signs are down at Lidl or wherever, I call zoning and they contact the applicant to get them back up. So they were posted with the 30-day notice in time, but they may have come down during that 30 days, but they've replaced them immediately.
And in our case, it was just advertised. Okay. If you have additional information regarding this issue, come on.
just wanted to say, initial notice was given out, of everybody within 1,000 feet received letters. The initial notice was timely put up. Everybody who was kind of involved or had a say in this has known about this. So even if we were a couple of days late of putting on the second date notice, nobody's missing out on actually knowing what's going on here. So I would ask, if somebody missed out on it, I would say, that it wasn't even something I was informed of until I reached out to kind of check on things. So again, I don't think anybody is missing out on the conversation or is not aware or didn't receive notice or didn't know this was happening. So I don't think anybody's been negatively affected by it. So.
Okay, and perhaps you can enlighten with any additional information that you have.
I just want to say, I agree that probably everybody within 1,000 feet knew about it, and everybody, those who has terrible concerns knew about it. Y'all know me from dealing with me before. I am a stickler for regulations. I'm a stickler for following the rules and regulations and requirements. I don't want to have to tell the cop if I get stopped for speeding, oh, nobody else was harmed about it. Nobody even saw me doing it except you. The regulations are the regulations. I have a photograph of the week of February 3rd with the sign up and intact. It did not get blown down during the storms, with still 1220 showing.
Thank you.
So it's up to the commissioners how they want to handle that, but that's why I brought it forward. It didn't meet requirements.
Thank you. On that note, I would say to make statements, nobody would be harmed, everybody knew. That's a stretch when you didn't have sufficient notice, because even with adequate notice, you still can't really reasonably make those type of assertions. Everyone, no one, under perfect circumstances. And the person making those assertions is the one that stands to benefit by you moving this through quickly. So I'm not saying we wouldn't come to the same conclusion, but if there is a concern regarding notice, I don't have any issue with you making sure there's adequate notice that complies within our time frame.
Yeah, I think my conflict is that I actually do believe that people in the community are aware. That being said, it's not consistent with our policy to execute that practice. So that's what I'm really just trying to get guidance on, because this is really a matter of consistency and policy versus, do I think the community, I actually do think, but.
I mean, there's policy, and then before we talk about practicality of an issue. Like, if people want this disposition out and your disposition is not going to change, then we're just waiting for an end that you already know is going to be. But if you feel as if, giving more time could result in a potentially different path forward, then it may make sense to wait.
I do have one more question on something that was brought up outside of the sign notification, but the consideration of adjoining parcels, these are not a part of this particular zoning hearing, but what guidance does staff have in deliberation on that?
Are you talking about the NRC and Onai property directly to the north
Correct.
of this? We cannot put conditions on those because they're not in for zoning, but the board can put a condition that this parcel provide interparcel access with the adjoining properties if they're redeveloped together.
And I know that that was a suggested recommendation and from both of the civic organizations here. Okay. And I was not expecting that. Do we know how, you said February 3rd, do we know how close we were to the date? I mean, are we looking at yeah. That's, what date did you change the sign, please? Come up to the podium.
I don't recall exactly, but as soon as I reached out and they said, come grab the stickers and we'll put them up, I put them up literally the next morning. Or if it was, I think it was a Friday and I put them up Monday morning. So, like I said, I mean, if it's in your discretion, I would ask that, you know, even though Mr. Rumrell says he's a stickler for the rules, I think boards like this and courts in general should kind of rule on the merits, not on technicalities. So like Commissioner was saying about, let's not postpone something on a technicality if, I know it's tough to say, maybe not every single person knew about it, but all the letters went out timely, the sign was put up timely, the sign was there the entire time. We're just talking about, you know, the small date and small print changing. You know, I've reached out to all the community organizations. I was even in touch with Mr. Rumrell. You know, I didn't ignore anybody. Anybody who reached out timely received a response from me. I made sure everybody was aware with what my client was thinking, what was going on, fully transparent with everything. So we're not hiding the ball or trying to be, you know, not give notice to anybody. I think it's just a minor technicality that maybe a week later, the little date on the sign wasn't updated. So I don't think that really should warrant a delay to waste everybody's time again to go through it. I'm very respectful of all your time and the opposition. So obviously my client has only a certain time left on the contract. We were able to get that extension because of the continuation last time. So, and in light of the Walgreens now leaving, I think it's important that this is addressed so, you know, we can get this site up and having jobs and a functional part of the community and not, you know, definitely, you know, still a dark kind of store, which would be the case if we can't move forward here, so.
Yes. Yeah, go for it. Oh. No.
This is a question for you, John. In the current stipulations, does it say site plan specific in the stipulations?
Yes, I believe it is site plan specific.
Okay, because while I hear Mr. Weinstein's argument, you know, that it might not matter those that were involved, the bottom line is this is a speculative zoning application, or other business item, not zoning, but it's speculative. We don't know what's going to be here, but the uses are, you know, essentially he wants it to be unlimited. If the current stipulation says site plan specific, he's going to have to bring it back no matter what gets done.
Correct.
So given the fact that we don't know if he's going to acquire additional properties or stick to this parcel, until we know what he's going to do, we're just kind of spinning our wheels here. So again, to me, yes, I understand, and I do agree to policy and posting, but the opposition's position hasn't changed since December, and neither has the applicant's position of being speculative.
Well, there's definitely a list of recommendations that have come in from the community that. Understood. Prohibited uses, yes. But from the community, there has been a list presented from.
Right, but the applicant's not willing to agree to all of them.
Yeah. There are a list of prohibited uses, but obviously, we can't think of every use that may come down the line. And so for consideration, Commissioner Richardson, although they will also need to come back because it's site-specific,
Yep.
just for your consideration that any use is to be approved by the district commissioner might help cover some of those gaps where
That's a good.
it may be a business to come a year down the road that we have absolutely no clue about today, then that'll still keep the community protected and covered.
That's a good thought.
Okay.
So what are
So-
we hearing?
Well, we're trying to, the request is to remove the one stipulation that says that it's specific to pharmacy. And so in replace of that, the community has come up with a list of prohibited uses by which the applicant can then go to the market with. So that is the request that is before us. Now, given that it is, the stipulations that are recommended in here include that things come back to other business once a use is determined. So it's.
So it's premature to hear it now.
Well, right now, it's, you still have the restriction for pharmacy. So there can't be a push to pursue anything for this until that's.
Except for.
Correct,
another
except for,
pharmacy.
right. Yes.
Just one suggestion. If a use has to come back through an other business item, since it is unknown what that use would be, would you consider changing it to come back through a full rezoning process hearing? That way, it would give the community 2 opportunities to weigh in to the proposal instead of just through another business item. Just a thought.
Thank you. Is that something that can be requested? Just for clarity's sake?
Can you repeat that comment?
Sure. I don't remember the case number, John, but essentially we had a case that we put the stipulation on that if it came back for a different use, instead of, because it being site plan specific, that it had to come back for a full rezoning instead of an other business item. And that just had to do more so with the notification, the hearing, and then the ability for the community to participate.
Okay, and the board can put that condition on there, but are we going to approve other uses with what Commissioner Gamble's suggesting also?
But if it comes. Okay, so just help me, just clarify. So if it comes back as a zoning application, what are we attempting to rezone at that point? Or will it just be a question of the use?
Well, I believe what Commissioner Gamble was saying, that is if it comes back for something that's not included in these conditions we're going to put on today, it has to come back in for full rezoning. So say the board approves this and they add office and bank to the drugstore use, and they want to come back and do fast food, then it would kick in a rezoning. Am I correct, Commissioner Gamble? Okay.
I believe the
Will that be the
applicant will
most
excuse
effective?
their.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a little annoyed because I think this board has been very generous in going back and forth with the public for discussion, but this is not part of the norm, nor do I want it to be perceived that that's just part of this protocol. I mean, the hearing is when we have the applicant come up, then we have opposition. If anybody comes up, it's to answer a clarifying question that the commissioners have. It's not open just for general dialogue back and forth beyond the time. So we see you, sir, but I'm going to defer to the commissioner, call you up. She sees you. I would just ask that you not continue to stand and raise your hand because this is going far beyond the structure of our zoning hearing.
All right, and so just to give me a nod, is there a clarification that you want to provide on an issue that we are discussing, on the issue we are discussing up here? Okay, come on. Please provide that clarification.
And I just want to share, too, we need to be careful because as we allow the applicant to come up, those who are in opposition may want to come up, and there may be a concern around the balance of time that both give.
Absolutely.
Got it. I just want to provide the context again. So right now, this property can only be used as a pharmacy. So that's why we're going through this process to remove that sole restriction. Initially, I didn't think there would be any concern just going back to NRC altogether because that's what it's zoned for. In those further discussions, there were concerns about certain of those uses. That's why we were agreeing to this list of 20 or 30 prohibitive uses. But to Commissioner Gambrell's point, and my client's entirely fine with this. When we actually know what's going to happen, we're going to go back in for a site plan review, and then all those issues about traffic and the site and everything else can be addressed at that time. So unfortunately, we're just in a position where we only have this under contract now before this lease is expiring. We don't have the tenants and the uses ready to go. As soon as we can get clarification on what the potential uses are, then they'll take it to market, they'll get those tenants, they'll produce the civil and architectural plans, they'll take that through the design process and work with the county, and even with the neighborhood groups again, and probably have to come back in front of the board to get that site plan approved because of the access points and all that. So this just allows us to move forward with the purchase of the property, could help with my client's lender knowing that what are the possible ranges that they can do. Once we get past this step, then everybody will have a second bite of the apple, so to speak, to address all the concerns once we actually know. So if we say drive-through, maybe it has to be on that side with access over there, the decel lane, whatever it is, my client's totally open to working with that. They just can't move forward with financing and everything else without the clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richardson, just for clarification, there is no second full bite of the apple. He's telling you site plan review.
Understood.
We are making a determination on use. He's just talking about the how of how we would implement that use. But what you're doing today, right now, we are negotiating use. So it's kind of two different things.
Understood. And in observance of the community's interest there has been contemplation on what would have to be actually reheard as a consideration. So it would sound like the board would be amenable to moving forward with making a motion on this particular zoning, this zoning, as opposed to holding it for another notification period. Am I seeing nods? Okay.
I think you know all the comments.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, certainly want to make sure that there are notes that have been sent in from both ECCA and the Johnson Ferry Shallowford Committee requesting specific lists of prohibited uses, and I would like to enter all of those prohibited uses for this consideration. That being said, with regards to my motion, I would like to, is there a clarification? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
This is
Yeah.
just so
I-
This is the most generous board I've seen with respect to feedback today.
I'm sorry, but I think the prohibited uses from ECCA includes fast food restaurants.
Correct.
The prohibited uses from
Correct.
Josh does not.
Correct.
So there is a disconnect there.
Correct. That is in my list too.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are a few things, so getting into the emotion, I appreciate providing that information. I will motion to approve this with the list of stipulations, taking out specifically a couple of areas where if the use is designated, it winds up being one of these uses, it would come back through the other business process. And that includes the use, any use of the drive-through, fast food, bank, EV, or grocery store. If those are incorporated into the usage, that it would have to come back to other business. All other items that were congruent in that list are submitted as a part of this prohibited uses list. Also, if the property is to be redeveloped, then that new site plan would have to come back before the Board of Commissioners as well. And what's that? As other business. And that there would be parking lot connectivity between abutting commercial lots when they redevelop, and sidewalk connectivity for pedestrian access. And that we would make sure we look at traffic impact studies to those new uses if they fall within those other categories. And all other staff recommendations that are not in conflict with what I've listed out. That is my motion. Before a second, want to see if that is something amenable for the applicant. Is that not? Okay, never
It's
mind.
not.
Is
Isn't
that
what he
before?
wants?
Okay, okay.
It's okay for you to do what he doesn't want.
That is,
I'll second for discussion.
Yes. Discussion. Go ahead, Gambrell, and then Sheffield.
Oh, I just threw the second so we could start the discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Sheffield.
Just for the use, I just wanted clarification because in your motion, you communicated that for those particular uses, it would have to come back for the board for consideration
other business.
for other business, but that limited it to just those categories. But I just want to, for consideration also, if we can include that any use should come back before the commissioner for.
That seems cleaner, just to do any use. I didn't follow.
These were the ones that they didn't agree
Right.
on, that's why, but that's.
There's a list of prohibited uses, that's a large list, and then you listed 5 specifically, and I couldn't follow.
Right, and that's why I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Because the Josh didn't support the fast food, so I just thought.
So you're approving removing the stipulation of pharmacy only,
Right.
and you're adding the list of prohibited uses from merging together from Josh and ECCA. What about Mr. Rumrill?
He compiled their list.
Okay, he's agreeable to ECCA's without his separate, okay. So, I agree. I would say any other use other than these prohibited uses still has to come back to the board for approval under other business. If that's
Well,
true.
she's saying any use, once a use is determined, that would come back to other business, any use.
Yeah, but if it's one of the prohibited uses, it doesn't need to come back. It's not approved. Are you saying that they could still
saying-
come back
I
with
hear
one
what
of
you're
these
saying,
prohibited uses?
No, I was saying that
Okay, I
ECCA
get
and
it.
Josh letters don't match up, and so I took the ones that didn't match up and put those into a special category of must come back through other business, so that there can be community deliberation on those at that point in time, if the use were determined to be one of those. It's a weird contrapositive, but.
Yeah. Well,
I have
What if
Josh
it's
who
a
wanted,
use-
Josh who was amenable to fast food,
I
ECCA
know.
who was not.
So any use, you're doing what Commissioner Burrow said, you're removing the
Pharmacy use
pharmacy
only.
use only. You are prohibiting the uses both on ECCA's list and the
Josh.
Josh list.
and then any other
Any
use that's
use
not prohibited
That's
has
not-
to come back
there
to
you
the
go.
board.
Any use not prohibited.
Right, I'm just saying there are some disagreements on what they prohibit.
But you're
But it's okay,
incorporating
but-
both lists,
I agree.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't mean to
No,
overstep.
I'm in full agreement. You're adding both lists so they become a one larger list, and you're saying all of them are prohibited uses.
Right, but,
Then those will come back to her.
right, but I'm not just I'm saying there are some items on that list that the community who is primarily responsible for this deliberation, that they would like to see, but they were asked to be prohibited on a separate list. So I'm trying to make sure that they are
Okay, I see,
included
I see.
as a part of what could be amenable here
Okay.
for future consideration.
It's just
as opposed to
confusing.
prohibiting.
I hear you. It's confusing, but I hear you.
Because if you outright prohibit it, then
You can't come
you,
back.
then you,
Which
but
makes
that's
me,
not what the community.
which makes me
that's not what that
think
community
Commissioner
wanted.
Sheffield's catch-all is just cleaner.
Any use.
Any use comes
would
back
come
to
back
you.
to the other business. We can do that. We can do that. Huh. I'll amend my motion.
To me,
then.
by including both lists from ECCA and Josh, you're listing all the prohibited uses. Even though they don't match up, there's some on one that aren't on the other, but you're including all of them from both lists, incorporating all of the prohibited uses.
I understand, but right, you've got an area that actually wants to see one of the things that the other one asked to have prohibited. So in order to protect that recommendation, it was extracted out.
But you
if
really
all
aren't
use
protecting it.
cases-
You really aren't protecting it because any condition you put on it today can come back for other business anyway.
So
So,
if
I
we-
mean, you're saying, I mean, you're putting it on paper, but that's what other business is for, to change any condition. So any condition you put on it today can come back anyway.
Right.
I don't know.
Yes.
I think we're spending entirely too much time to wordsmith this.
I mean, we are, but I just want to make sure, so I understand your point of view, Commissioner, and, you know, we want to make sure we have those lists, because what can happen if we just blanketly say, well, it should come back before the board for approval, it can be a different board.
Yes,
And an item for approval can include one of those items that are on your prohibited list. So we certainly don't want to leave the community open for that either. So I think it is good that you have that list, but also, just to my point, to include any other, you know, item, however you want to word it, that's not on that list. I just don't want to take away what they're telling us today that they do not want
Right.
and leave that in the hand of a future board when it's before us today. That's all.
We can just say, once a use is determined, it comes back to the Board of Commissioners.
I have another question for either Bill or
With
John.
consideration of these two lists, with consideration of the prohibited list. So you're at least giving notice to the person that comes after you of what the community's intent is. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the next commissioner anyway.
May I add to the confusion? Okay, what's before us today is a request to remove the stipulation that this parcel is a pharmacy only, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So if the motion is to deny that request and not add any prohibited uses, then that stays, the zoning stays in place as it is.
Correct,
Okay.
and then it would be limited to
And then
pharmacy
they have
only.
they have to wait a year to come back?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't want to do that because they may have a viable use
Beyond the
within a
pharmacy.
year, and the other development may be in place too.
But as the board is perceived, if just removing the pharmacy allows, without any other conditions, allows any NRCs, so this provision. So,
Unless we add that,
unless you, that's,
that it can
that's
come
the,
back.
that's the conversation.
And it has to come back, okay. Okay.
What
So
would
you
you,
have-
who else want to add to this one? We're just going to, then, we will approve with whatever use being determined, it must come back through other business to be approved with that use? Is that what we're saying here on this board, if I'm understanding everyone properly up here?
I don't know if everybody's in agreement. I just think I just think the district commissioner should have the latitude and should consider the list of prohibited uses. Consider it. It would give some flexibility if you want to do ECCA or Josh.
I think you need to merge them.
She doesn't necessarily want to merge them.
Right, because they conflict. Can't really merge them when Josh has the primary area here, and Josh is asking for something that ECCA is saying don't have.
Wow.
So instead of just denying it, I'm saying, or instead of just prohibiting it, I'm saying this becomes a separate. But outside of that, if that's too complicated from a zoning perspective, I'm trying to figure out what my options are here. So, yes.
I think, but what you also need to keep in mind is whatever application comes back in, DOT is going to have comments and recommendations. So for example, we know that they can't put a decel lane in to turn in to this parcel right now, which would more than likely prohibit a fast food restaurant coming in. So this is where also you're going to have to rely on staff, but that is also where I think it's important to go through the whole rezoning process, because then full staff comments get submitted for your consideration, where if it just goes through site plan review, it does not get reviewed by the public. They have no input when it goes just through site plan review.
Right, and definitely, I increased it from site plan review to another business process, but we're asking to increase it again to a zoning hearing.
But then again, it goes back to how are you going to word it? You know, are you going to approve it as NRC with the prohibited uses as stated in the two letters? You know, yes, you do have a conflict between the two organizations, so that's where I think you need to make the decision of which one you're going to go with, just to clean that up there.
Is anyone here from Josh?
Need a moment to think about it?
Just something else to think about, because I know you've got so much going through your mind right now.
Just hold it for 30
is
days.
We know, because, I mean, we've seen other cases, that they can attempt to come back and ask for, say you prohibit a fast food restaurant. I had a zoning out in my area. It's the Village at Old Trace. There was a stipulation that was put on that shopping center that there could be no fast food restaurants. It could only be a sit-down restaurant. They came back and modified that stipulation, and now we have a Zaxby's in there. So even if you restrict a fast food restaurant today, knowing that they can come back and ask at that time, I don't know if that helps you or not.
Well, they'd have to come back through other business and remove that stip.
Correct.
That's what, yeah.
Correct. But
Either way, it's the same process that we're talking about. It still comes back to other
Yes.
business. but
Yes.
That is a way to
That's
do it.
it.
Does staff
Go
have
ahead,
a
John.
recommendation since this is other business?
Staff.
I know.
Yeah, does that recommend approval? Go ahead.
He already
Justin.
recommended approval.
John.
He said he recommended approval.
I did. You know, there's a lot of great discussion going on here between the board and members of the audience. Maybe it would help us. It would help us. Maybe it'd help us all out if we just hold this for 60 days and come to a written understanding of what has to happen on this property. That would be April 18th.
It's not clear right now.
I was going to say 60 days is probably not.
Maybe 30.
Come up for the 60-day question. Come up. I know, 60 days, I know.
It's true.
Thank you for your attention to this consideration. I know.
Nerve-wracking.
Just the situation, it's the chicken before the egg sort of thing. And just to address some of the comments that the ECCA made, we're not planning to do like.
This is not what we're doing here. This is
Just-
not additional time for you to tell us your
My
perspective.
instruction from the client was, like I said before, in order to move forward at this stage in the process, two things that are very important are grocery store and drive-through fast food. Doesn't mean that that's what we're going to do those things, but if we don't have the flexibility to explore those options in the financing and the marketing, the development of it, they're probably not going to move forward. It's probably going to remain a dark Walgreens for a long time.
He don't know the language. Thank you.
Thank you. So, not amenable to the 60 days.
Well, you could still do it.
I can still choose to approve this with just a combined list.
Yes, you
Just a
can,
combined
Commissioner.
list.
It's your decision.
It would just mean that it's prohibited.
But it's not. One that says it is, one that
On one
But if you
list,
combine
it just
them-
says encouraged use. It doesn't, it's not prohibited. So if you combine them, you get a combined list of prohibited uses. It doesn't prohibit the restaurant, though. That was also in there. So that, I will amend my motion to approve OB 65 with the combined lists from both Josh and ECCA list of prohibited uses. What's that? I do not, because they're not on the printout, but
I do.
do you have the list? I meant the dates. I think one of them came like 3 days ago.
John, do you have the current
ECCA's
date?
is 2/17/23. And Josh, the email from Rachel Bruce is February 17th, 2023.
So both
Do you want the copies
217.
for the record, for the clerk?
Yeah, we can get those submitted, and that'll be great.
Okay, so I will second that motion if it is both lists combined and the prohibited uses on both are acceptable. And any things coming,
Any
uses
use would
coming
come through
back?
other business.
All right.
Any other use would
Any
come
other
through other business.
Okay.
No, it has
Okay,
to come back
there's-
through other business because it's site plan specific. So if they knock the building down and build a new building, it would still
I
have
don't
to come
see-
back through site plan.
I
or
don't
through
see
other
language that
business.
says it's site plan specific. They did include in site plan on the backup, but I don't see that in the stipulation.
Yeah, and the site plan is marked as an exhibit in the current zoning minutes.
If it's an exhibit, does it mean it's still site plan specific?
It should reference it either in one of Garvis's letters or in the minutes
I
somewhere.
looked at the Garvis's letter. I'll try to look at it in more detail, but I didn't see that in the stipulations under the staff conditions. Okay, it says letter from Mr. Sams, except that there shall be no more than 4 tenants. So the letter from Mr. Sams then, let's see.
Or are you in the minutes?
Yeah. There's an attachment of the site. I can't tell if that's part of Mr. Sam's letter. One second.
John,
It's not clear.
number 1 in the letter of stipulations dated December 6th of 2000, it says rezoning of the subject property shall be from ONI to RN20 to NRC specifically for the purpose of a Walgreens pharmacy. So is that enough to make it site plan specific? Because again,
It's not.
this
That's
then
user
said it was
specific.
specifically for a Walgreens, which then the site plan was approved for.
A user and a site plan are two different things. But that also makes this stipulation more detailed than just a pharmacy use, it's saying
Yeah.
specific to Walgreens.
Yeah. I tried to make it easier.
And we don't have to beat a dead horse, I'm just telling you, unless you want to go through this copiously, that there's no language that says this is site plan specific.
The use is specific.
The user is specific, and the use per the staff recommendations or staff conditions is specific.
It could state pharmacy with the stipulation removed. It's not going to be a Walgreens.
Yeah,
I don't know.
one is very
What
limiting.
are we trying to do here?
We're trying to free up this parcel to not
Okay.
just have to be a Walgreens
We
pharmacy.
have, I mean, site-specific or non-site specific, I don't know, I can't, it's a tongue twister for me. Site-specific or non-site specific has nothing to do with whether or not the use is what it is.
Okay, and Chair, I found the part. It's on page 13 of the December 19th, 2000 Board Commissioners minutes.
I'm looking for it, John, give me 1 second. Okay.
Page what?
mhm. I'm looking. And what's the language, John?
It's attached to the other business item as page 13 of the Board of Commissioners minutes from 2000. The very first bullet says approval of the rezoning to NRC zoning district for lot 17 and 18 and portion of lot 19 to the extent shown on the attached site plan regarding driveway and parking areas. 17 or 18 are the corner lots that make up the Walgreens.
I'm not seeing where you're talking about, but as long as it's in there, I just want the language to be in there so we are addressing
It's in here.
the matter.
It's not your typical way that we say site plan specific.
Okay, okay. Okay. Again, what are we doing here? We have a motion that's outstanding. I'm just trying to understand what are the specific stipulations that are still outstanding right now?
No, I
Are you-
combined the list and
Combine the list.
I made everything come back to other business.
Okay.
And,
Removed pharmacy
and all other stipulations and staff comments, what's that?
and removed pharmacy.
And remove pharmacy.
Or specifically Walgreens. That's not
Yeah,
Walgreens.
yeah, it does say Walgreens pharmacy in the stipulations.
And that doesn't mean it couldn't be another pharmacy.
Oh, well, I
If
hope,
we remove that, it can be.
yeah, it still can be a
CVS
pharmacy.
or
It still can be a
whatever.
pharmacy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Is it clear to the clerk what the motion is?
Do we have a second?
Yeah,
Yes, we
Kelly
did for
seconded.
discussion.
Kelly
was the
seconded for
second.
the.
The clerk just has, the clerk doesn't have.
Oh, okay.
Is she,
That's right.
is the motion clear prior to the second?
Just to reiterate, I have to approve OB 65, number 1, to remove pharmacy use, and then to include the prohibited uses from the ECCA and the prohibited use list from the JOSH plan, and then any other use not in the prohibited set of uses has to come back to the BOC as other business. Is that a correct statement? And then staff comments and recommendations.
I hear that, but can't any use that's in the prohibited use still come back for other business as well?
Not if you're
Yeah.
prohibited.
Not if you're prohibited.
I mean, it still can.
If you
'cause it's
prohibit, they
a-
can
it's
still
OB.
always come back to change a prohibited use.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
okay. All right, I'm going with what the clerk has.
What the applicant was explaining earlier, though, is with that list, that's the list that they bring as a part of the go-to-market
Yep,
process.
yep, yep. Okay.
Based on what the clerk just read, she mentioned that we're removing the pharmacy use, but we do know that future pharmacies can be at this location, so I'm just wondering if we should remove the pharmacy-only use
Oh, that's a good point. Do we need to remove it pharmacy-only use? We'll do it that way.
versus saying
And
pharmacy.
specific to Walgreens, because that's in the stip letter that was approved.
Can we say that, remove the pharmacy-only use and the designated user as Walgreens? Okay.
John, would this be easier? So essentially. Thank you. So the stipulation letter dated December 19th, 2000, is that the most current stipulation letter on file right now? Yes?
The one from 2000?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Weinstein did submit one yesterday.
Right, but the existing stipulation letter, right? The existing motion. Essentially, what we want to delete is the NRC zoning is use specific. And then it has in parentheses, drugstore, pharmacy use only. So essentially, we want to strike that from the existing stipulations and then add the prohibited uses from Josh and ECCA.
That's what she stated.
I mean, it might be a little
That's
bit
what the motion
cleaner.
is.
Okay. I'll go back.
Because I think you want to keep the existing stipulations intact as well, because the way I'm taking it, this motion hasn't included the existing stipulations.
That's what typically we add on the end, all other stipulations, staff comments, and
But that
recommendations,
hasn't-
not otherwise
yeah, but
in
we haven't done
conflict.
that,
She's
so-
not done with her
Thank
motion yet. Yeah, but yes, that should be added.
Thank you. And yes, add in other stipulations as well as, I already said the staff comments.
Is there any other change, addition, question?
No, just a comment. If you're gonna prohibit these uses in this motion, and there's a lot of them, then I still think it should say any other use would come before the board. If we're going to prohibit these now, why are we giving them an opportunity to come back at any time
That should have been.
to ask for a prohibited use to go there? If we're saying no, it can't now.
Right, it should have been in the motion.
Yeah, we're not, we're just stating the obvious, but we didn't put it in the stipulations. But anytime you prohibit a use, anytime you condition something, anybody can come back and ask for you to change that condition or stipulation through other business. We don't prohibit anything outright that somebody can't come forward through another hearing and ask for, unless it's within a year time frame of which we said no. But I don't think that needs to be, I mean, that would just confuse things. I was just stating that no matter what we do, somebody can always come back and ask for it. That wasn't added to the letter, though.
But I
Or to
did
the
state that any other use would come back to other
No, you
business.
said any use. I said any other use other than the ones already prohibited. And you said any use could come back, even the ones that are prohibited.
Oh.
So leave it.
Oh,
That-
any
that's
other, no,
fine.
I thought it was
Just
any
vote
other. Didn't you say
no.
any? Okay. Do we have any other use?
Any other use would come back to other business.
That's the way you want it. Any other use will come back to the business.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, that's her motion. Are you seconding that? You
Sure.
second that? Okay. I'm afraid to ask. Is there any more discussion or question? Call the question. The motion passes 5-0. I feel like we just need a 2-minute recess just to clear the brain.
Well, we'll never get done.
I know. Okay, we can go on to the next matter.
Okay, next case is other business item number 4 of 2023, which is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Bentley Residential Properties LLC regarding rezoning application Z63 of 2019 for property located on the north side of Gresham Road, west of Gresham Park Drive, in land lot 1097 of the 16th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 4? One?
Wow,
One,
she's
okay.
been-
Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. Yes, no, OB8. Yeah.
I'm George Bentley. I live at 1018 Ridgeview Lane at the corner of North Marietta Parkway and Wallace Road. I'm a owner of this property and I live in the area. I live about a half a mile from where this property is located. If you look at the, can you expand that out? If you look toward the end of, toward the end of Gresham Road, at the end of Gresham Road, there's Tip Top Poultry Processing Plant there. There's an animal hospital. Across the street, there's Vermeer, a lot of industrial area back behind that. Then you go down Gresham Road, and there's Fairview Drive. There's a mulch processing place back there. You go down to the left is a crane storage area. And if you'll notice, all of that area in the future land use map was industrial compatible. We also own that automobile recycling area right there. And the reason that I'm here is that the code enforcement guy, Mr. Michael Allman, gave me a call and said he didn't see any buffer on if you'll notice that there are 3 lots there. We're in the process of combining them now, but in 2019, of course, right after that, COVID happened, everything fell apart. So we're still in the process of combining the parcels. The first lot where you see things parked there is a Georgia power line and is clear cut from property line to property line. So Mr. Allman came to me and said, I don't see a buffer on the front of Gresham Road, because the stipulations in the original zoning were that Gresham Road would have a tree buffer and that the east side would have a tree buffer, a 50-foot tree buffer. So I told Mr. Allman, you really can't put a buffer on a power line that's clear cut from property line to property line. Well, you need to tell the commissioners that. I said, well, it seems like an awful waste of time for me to go up there and tell people that you can't put a buffer on a power line that's clear cut from property line to property line. Nope. Well, can I talk to your boss? Well, I talked to his boss, Brent Farrell. Well, he was of the same opinion. I needed to come visit you guys. So that's what I'm here for, is to clarify the fact that there can't be a buffer on that lot that you see that's so light colored there, because it is a power line lot that Georgia Power has that is clear cut from side to side, end to end. It actually crosses the road there. So there's nothing on there. It's cut with a bush hog from property line to property line constantly. So once I made this application, between us and the property, there's a house to the left of that. You see a house there. That's Miss McGarrity's house. And during the original zoning, it was requested that I have a buffer along Gresham along the east side, that I put a concrete driveway into the main part, which you can see there kind of in the middle, and that I work with Ms. McGarrity on getting on plantings to help shield her view from things that are going to be parked next to her house. On July in 2020, I approached Ms. McGarrity when I was out there doing some lawn mowing, and I explained to her that I needed to work with her. The county has asked me to work with you on doing some screening planting for this property. But it can't go on my property. It's got to go on your property, because if I plant trees on my property, they're going to get cut down. So she informed me that she didn't want anything on her property. She didn't want anything on her property, and I dropped it. I said, well, I didn't ask her to sign anything. I just said, okay, she doesn't really care for me anyway. So in January 3rd, after posting this sign on January 30th, I received a handwritten and a very heartfelt letter from Ms. McGarity concerning the other business that's coming up today. And she explained to me that a lot of things, but it was, noise from the car place and seeing things that are parked across the street from her and that kind of thing. And so I talked to my sister, who is I'm in partners with, and I said, go up there and visit Miss McGarity. She doesn't really know you, and maybe y'all can work something out to try to address some of her concerns. And so my sister went up there to visit her about 5:30, and she seemed awfully receptive, but again, she's kind of all over the place with some of the things she doesn't really like. So my sister decided that later on what we would do is we would have the owner of the business next to her, the owner of the business where the car place is, that she was kind of complaining about noise, and my sister, and they would all get together and kind of try to come up with addressing these concerns. Well, on February 6th, my sister, Mandy Hall, the owner of the company that I'm renting to on the place, and the owner of the car recycling place went up there to visit Miss McGarity, but she wasn't home. And so my sister went back that afternoon about 4:30, but she was still not at home. And so my sister went back there on February the 8th, and she was still not at home.
Excuse me, we won't take any. Yes, there's not to be any outbursts from the audience. We just ask that you just.
Well, I thought there may be a.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry. You're going to have your opportunity to speak. Just please wait and give him his opportunity. He still has 3 minutes and 7 seconds.
I thought there may be a problem. It could be a family problem. It could be all kinds of problems. So, we want to try to be good neighbors. We want to try to help the area too. So we decided that how can we address this? Well, in the very back of this property, these 3 lots, the Cobb Marietta Water Authority has hauled a bunch of dirt back in there to fill in a hole in the very back of this house, which was a real deep hole. It looked like almost like a quarry where someone had taken stuff out. And we needed to put a buffer back in there. We needed to redo a buffer. So what we decided to do, or decided to ask for, this is the view of Miss McGarity's property. Okay, that is the view from the lot looking at Miss McGarity's house. It's not a great view, but she's looking over light industrial property, and we would like to do something to screen that. So what we decided to do was to try to reduce the buffer on the rear of the property, which is the very rear of our property, for about 100 feet. Instead of 50 feet, we would like to reduce it to 25 feet and take the plants that we would have put there and move those to Miss McGarity's house. Move those to Miss McGarity's house, which is, oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that. Okay, that's Miss McGarity's house. You see the little house there. And we would take those plants and move them to her area there. I'm thinking the magnolia tree we're locating there is on the property line. I really can't plant stuff on our property, but I think I can plant it right on the line to give her good screening for her to not be able to see anything that's over there. And then what that would do is that would take the gravel area that was filled in behind our property, and that would reduce it to 25 feet, and we would do plantings along it to try to shield from any viewing back over that way. So I'm down to 36 seconds. I really wanted Mandy, the owner of the property, to talk to you too, but
Okay, if she's going to talk, she's got 30 seconds.
yeah.
afternoon. Mandy Hall with Top Tier Trees. I'm president and owner. And we just wanted to say we are very thankful to do business in Cobb County. We're very thankful for the opportunity to have found this property in our industry. It's very difficult to find somewhere in Cobb County that we can do business as a tree service. So with Mr. Bentley's partnership, we are more than happy to be good neighbors to Mrs. McGarity and everyone that's around, and we'll do whatever we can.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, opposition, you'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak. Be mindful if there are more than one speaker.
My name is Laura McGarity, and I'm not a commissioner, and I'm not a lawyer. I'm just an old lady that owns a property that this man wants to take from me by buying it or run me out with all that noise. So I apologize for that. My son-in-law dropped dead in his driveway. That's why I wasn't home. But anyway, they hadn't got in touch with me. No way, never. I got a paper here from December the 17th, 2019. I was at this meeting, and then a 50-foot buffer on the east side, pavement of the driveways. None of this stuff has happened. None of it. Okay. It's just loud. The cars, the tree trucks coming in from 6 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock at night. Like I said, I'm old, and I've had it. Yes, I wrote him a letter and told them about, the trucks coming in, the road is tore up. My driveway is tore up from all them trucks coming in and out, and in and out, and in and out, all day, all night, But, and he talked to me about nothing. That day when I was cutting the grass, he gonna say, well, you wanna sell your property. And I say, no, I don't wanna sell my property. His daddy wanted to get his property from my husband. So no, I said, no, if I wanna sell my property, I wanna sell it when I get ready. I'm just, I'm old and I don't wanna sell. I wanna stay there till I die or whatever, I don't want to sell nothing. So he buy it from me, so he gonna run me out with all this noise. Okay. The trucks and the machines just going and going all the time. So that's all I wanted to get up here and say. If he wanted to put the trees, I don't want nothing on my property. But if you want to put the trees or whatever it is, I was talking to Kevin yesterday, just yesterday, this has been since 2019. So it should have been something there by now, don't you think? Besides them old dumpsters that he got up there, them old dumpsters. And then the cars up there, the car thing, 1,000 cars up there. Mm-hmm. It's just no rest. I mean, I can't even rest because it's just trucks in and out. So anyway, I'm sorry for being so upset because, he doesn't know just talking about he came by there and I wasn't there. He came by there. Well, I went out of town. So I apologize, if I'm angry because I am. He could have, at least try to call me or something. I'm up here talking about me like that. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you. There's a balance of 7 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock. Are there any other speakers in opposition? All right, seeing none, we will turn things over to the commissioner. Thank you. Matter of fact, before we do that, don't we typically have staff's recommendation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend approval of the request subject to the stormwater management comments contained in the other business packet, subject to Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet, subject to the fire department comments contained in the other business packet, subject to clarifying that the 50-foot tree buffer along Gresham Road can be undisturbed or landscaped, subject to allowance of reduction of 50-foot buffer along the east property line to 25 feet in the northeast corner of the property, and finally, applicant to install landscaping along the property line along the west side as permitted by Georgia Power. And lastly, all previous conditions, non-conflicts remain in effect.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, we're looking at the LI OB4, these 3 lots here for this application. And it did come in 2019, and I distinctly remember requesting that the owner get with Ms. McGarity, 'cause she was here then, and similar complaints. But today, I'm hearing the HI on the other side of her is where the noise and the trucks and the in and out is coming from. That's zoned HI, and I'm not, well, kind of like the case we had earlier where you suggested code enforcement or requested code enforcement to visit that site to make sure they're in compliance with their steps. I would ask that code enforcement look into that for their hours or whatever. But for OB4, their hours are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And those will remain in place. So if we had a letter from Mr. Jim Beasley writing for Ms. McGarity, and the noise was the issue. So if they're hearing noise from this location at 6 in the morning or 9 at night, they need to report it because their operating hours are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., which to me is reasonable for light industrial landscaping. Okay, so I visited the property, and when this was zoned in 2019, there is a 50-foot buffer required. Can you pull the GIS down a little bit so we can see the very back of the property? Sorry. Okay, the very back of the property, or the east side, the back property is where, and the east side is where the Georgia Power easement is, the power lines. Okay, the RM12 is residential, and our code requires a 50-foot buffer if it adjoins residential. But at the very back up here, above the RM12, is all wooded. It's not developed, and there's a big drop-off. So the request for the buffer here, because of the power lines and the easement, they're asking to reduce from 50 feet to 25 feet, which with an easement, if they did have a buffer, I mean, Georgia Power could come in and cut it down anyway. And the driveway, there is a concrete driveway that was one of the requirements, and that is in place now. The front along Gresham Road is also power lines. And to landscape that would just, I mean, but it does need to be cleaned up, and Mr. Bentley has agreed to clean it up. And even, you know, since it's a landscape company, they could plant some flowers that wouldn't go up, you know, like trees would, and impact the power lines. So he has agreed to do that. Also, on the west side, you saw the pictures of Miss McGarity's view. So I would like to recommend that, can you show the pictures that he had? Or You don't have it?
He's got him.
Okay, can you bring those up, Mr. Bentley, please? Okay, if you go to the right of the green square or rectangle, right here, there's a small tree, bush there. And that is on Mr. Bentley's property. I'm suggesting that you get with our county arborist, Mr. Bentley, and see what kind of landscape plan with that size tree, that's something that would screen the dumpsters. The dumpsters are 4 feet high, so that would be tall enough to screen the dumpsters, but not grow high enough to interfere with the power lines. And I think if you start at this, where this bush is or tree, and go all the way over to the last dumpster in front of her view, and get with the county arborist to see what type. I mean, I know you've got landscape experts here, but I'd like for you to confer with our county arborist and get his approval of what you think would be the best screening that won't grow tall enough to interfere with the power lines on your property, but on Miss McGarrity's side. And I think you also mentioned you would get a survey done to make sure you're on your property, not her property. Because if you're not allowed to go on her property, you need to stay on your property.
We will.
Okay.
And we have met with the county arborist out there, so the plans that we came up with these magnolias and chip laurel are kind of his design.
Okay. So that will need to come back to me for final approval. Any of the improvements that you do with the clearing the brush on Gresham Road and, you know, the reduction in the buffer in the back, I've seen that. So, but just make sure that's on the final site plan too.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did Miss McGarrity leave?
She left.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm ready to make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
The hours of operation, you mentioned 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., but not the days. Can you just?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's for this property, OB4. And code enforcement will have to address the other property. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to approve other business 4 with a reduction in the buffer, the 50-foot buffer to 25 feet in the rear where the Georgia Power easement is. No planting at the power lines on the front entrance at Gresham Road, but cleanup of the brush and possibly plant some small flowers. Planting on the left side, the west side of the property closest to Miss McGarrity's home with trees or shrubs approved by the county arborist and final approval to come back to the district commissioner. The hours remain 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and all other stipulations not in conflict to remain in place. from the original zoning. And all staff comments and recommendations,
Not otherwise.
not otherwise in conflict.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or questions?
I just have a clarification. Ms. McGarity mentioned the impacts on her driveway, and that I guess the trucks were touching her driveway or somehow coming into contact with her driveway. Can you share anything about that? I mean, she's gone, but she mentioned also that the pavement of the subject parcel hasn't been paved, but I think I heard you say that it was paved.
I was
It has
out there
been paved?
yesterday.
Okay,
And the driveway is concrete
okay.
on, well, there's two driveways on Gresham Road going into this. I'm not sure that, were both driveways required to be paved, John?
Just the one, the main one coming in that we were on yesterday.
That we were, yeah.
And is that greater than
And
a
that has been
25 foot?
done.
Is that greater than a 25-foot apron, or is it, how
do you
far,
mean?
how long is the driveway?
It's
That's
longer
been
than
concreted, let me see.
It's longer than 25 feet.
Okay, thanks. All right.
And I'm not sure about any trucks going in her driveway.
She just mentioned that it impacts her driveway, so I just wanted to work clarification.
Yeah, and Commissioner Burrow and I were out there yesterday morning, and I just don't see how a truck going on this property impacts her driveway, because her driveway is perpendicular to the road, so unless they're purposely curving up onto her property, I don't see how they could actually impact her driveway.
Yeah.
Can we see the aerial of the
Yeah,
site?
can you bring the GIS back up? Well, it's not showing the, okay, this is one driveway. And this, I guess, where's the concrete?
It's where the hand's moving right there.
Okay, and that goes into there, and this goes into the backside where the landscaping company is.
The dumpsters, how are they getting close to her site? Are they being pulled in through that other driveway, or is there?
They're parked in
Can we
this
go
driveway.
closer to Gresham? Yeah, thank you. There are dumpsters it looks almost like there are three driveways, right there where the hand is. Are there vehicles coming in right there to drop off those dumpsters close to her driveway?
No, her driveway's down here.
It looks like there's
Around
like a
here.
U, and maybe, it looks like she has like
A
a
circular.
horseshoe around her home.
Mr. Bentley, can you come up here and point out,
Yes, ma'am.
clarify this for us?
I don't want to raise my hands because I don't want to get chewed out.
Be nice.
Too much crosstalk.
You better be nice.
Miss McGarity's driveway is the first one that you see there, and it circles around her house and doesn't interfere with anything. I don't really understand exactly what she's talking about her driveway getting torn up, because the driveway through there is a Georgia Power access point that goes up along that power line that runs up through there. That's something they put in. The next one is the driveway to this property, which is the concreted one. And then there's not a driveway on the lower lot.
Yeah, there looks like a bit of a drive at the southwest corner, closer to her house. What's
Yeah,
going on there?
The way the dumpsters are dropped off is they would go in that Georgia Power entrance and then back up to that area and drop off.
In here.
And that could be what she's referring to. I mean, there's got to be some type of traffic that's coming close to her home. Looking at those pictures, those yellow dumpsters are right outside of her boundary. Commissioner Richardson had a question.
Thank you. Is that a fence? Okay.
Where, Commissioner?
So where we're thinking
Oh,
that
yes, I
driveway
see,
is?
right, that
It's a
black line.
fence.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the yellow dumpsters
We
are.
put a fence up along that area there. When we went back to where the buffer area was, we put a fence along there to keep anything from getting any closer to the road. So the dumpsters now sit behind that, and they just, I think planting a number of plants there pretty close would be a nice screening for her. And I don't know, but I don't know whether she'd be happy or not, but I think it would certainly help her.
Thank you.
Yeah, you need to.
Commissioner, I just want to let you know, I'm inclined
And I don't really want to buy her property. I don't know what she's talking about.
I'm inclined to support anything that helps to mitigate the impact to her home, because she's in a very tough situation, and I can see why she's just generally upset. If you were to zoom out and look at her home, she's got HI on one side and recently zoned LI on the other side. That was, in 2019, that was residential property. And now she's sandwiched in between, you know, pretty high intensity, even though this is LI. Now, LI can come in all shapes and forms. LI can be in a nice warehouse that's in brick and have low-intensity uses. That's not next to her. She has vehicles coming in and around her home. Nobody wants to live in that kind of situation. I don't know how we got to this situation where within the past 5 years, we've put a home sandwiched in between these types of uses. And I'm just going to ask staff for help. How do we protect homeowners that live near light industrial? Because same with Barber Road, and I'm just going to be frank, these tend to look like more moderately priced, lower income areas where you see uses that would never occur next to each other in other communities within our county. You're seeing it over and over again, and I don't know what we can do to better protect them. But this, to me, this would be a frustrating situation for anyone to have their residential parcel sandwiched like this in between industrial properties. And this wasn't something that we did back in the 70s when we just put zoning in place. This is very recent. And it's just not, this is not acceptable. We can't do this to people and then expect them to have the same quality of life that we expect for everybody to have here. It's not right. So anything that the applicant's doing to mitigate the harm to our property, I appreciate. I appreciate Commissioner Burrow's thoughtfulness today. But I'm just hoping when we make zoning decisions, particularly at this day and time, that we're more mindful of the compatibility of uses next to each other. It just doesn't seem right.
Can I add something to that?
No. Be quick. You have to come up.
In order to know this area, you have to kind of know the history of this area.
Okay, yeah.
This HI area was a county dump at one time.
Okay.
Okay, at the end of Gresham Road was the sewage treatment plant and the dog pound.
Okay.
And so this area has been in transition for years and years and years.
Okay.
It didn't just change this way.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that's the case with a lot. You don't know which came first, sometimes the chicken or the egg, and that history is important. And I don't know how this house got here, but I just know I see it over and over again. It just seems like there's just so little protection for these communities because it's not just the intensity of the use, but it's all the other things that come with heavy industrial uses. It's the noise, it's sometimes chemicals, it's sometimes leachate. It could be a lot of different things that come from these. It's truck traffic. It's dust that comes from trucks going by, and even when it has a long apron, it's, you know, it still spews asphalt and dirt onto the roadway. I know because I used to live in one of these communities, which is why I take this to heart. I don't understand how this continues to happen when we know over time we should be separating these uses by moderating intense uses. I appreciate it again, sir. I appreciate everything you're doing to be mindful of her. And I'm just hoping that we can just do our best to be mindful of residents that live in these type of situations. It's very frustrating.
Okay, we have a motion.
Yeah, a second. Yes, is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is other business item number 5 of 2023, which is to consider amending the site plan stipulations for Roberto Privatera regarding rezoning application Z103 of 2016. The property is located at the southwestern intersection of Woodlawn Drive and Divine Court in the Lot 8 of the 1st District. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 5? Let the record show we have 2 people opposed. 2. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Rankin. I'm with Hearthstone Luxury Pools. We're here with Mr. Privatera to discuss amending the zoning that requires a 20-foot landscape easement on their rear property. Our understanding is that the landscape buffer, it's buffer, was put in place to protect the neighbor directly behind his house when the initial development was put in. There is also a 6-foot-high brick wall that separates that property owner from the Privatera house, and there's some landscaping that was asked to be placed in there as well. So all that landscaping is there, and it's relatively new because the home is new. The wall is at least 6 foot tall between him and the and the rear neighbor. What we're asking is to encroach 8 foot into that 20 foot, not the full 20 foot, maintain that landscaping that has been placed and established, and of course the brick wall. And Mr. Privatera has notified all the neighbors around and actually received a letter signed by the neighbor behind him of her approval of the request.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberto Privatera. Yeah, and I spoke to my neighbor, Elka, and let her know what I was doing. Basically, as Brad said, we want to go encroach 8 feet. And one of the reasons why we're building the pool, one is road noise. We live right off the road. But my wife, she is a pharmacist who's on her feet all day long. And the doctor recommended, swim therapy to help with her back. So that's one of the biggest reasons why we want to get a pool.
Okay.
No.
Is that it, sir?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Appreciate
the
it.
consideration.
Is there anyone else here in support of this application? Okay, if seeing none, we will move on to opposition.
Madam Chairwoman?
Yes.
Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I'm president of East Cobb Civic Association and ECCA case manager for OB5. The applicant has requested to encroach 8 feet on a 20 feet landscape easement. Again, we have an applicant trying to put too much on too small a lot, regardless of site restrictions. In 2016, this 2.15 acre site of land, zoned R20, sandwiched between 2 subdivisions, was, after much discussion and negotiated stipulations to make it acceptable to the commissioners and the neighbors, rezoned to R12. So we went from big lots to little lots. Unfortunately, we didn't go from big houses to little houses. We kept the same amount of house. Now the present applicant would like to undo an integral piece of these negotiations and redo the site plan. The site plan shows a landscape easement on 3 sides of the property. The easement is 20 foot in some places, where closest to the neighbors, and 10 foot in other areas. This is an integral part of the site plan and stipulations negotiated for this property. This is so integral that the stipulations state the landscape easement shall be irrigated and perpetually maintained by the mandatory HOA, not by the resident, by the mandatory HOA. That by operation of law, the stipulations shall become a condition of the grant of rezoning to R12 and shall be binding upon the property thereafter. Allowing this OBI would set a very bad precedent after the amount of compromise agreed to in the original rezoning, allowing up to 5 residences on this 2.15 acres. ECCA, along with its member subdivision, Kings Cove, adjacent to this property, recommends denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in opposition? All right, John, what is staff's recommendation?
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the Board deny the request.
Thank you. Turning things over to you, Commissioner.
Given all recommendations and consideration of precedent, my motion is to deny this request.
Second.
It's a tough situation, but once you start. So with that, a motion is second. I'll go ahead and call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. Our zoning hearing for today is concluded. However, or the zoning case part of our hearing is concluded. However, we do have our comp plan hearing, which is to follow, Commissioners. Before we move into that, would you like to take a break or just go ahead and move into the comp plan? Keep it rolling. Everyone good? Okay. We'll turn things over to our director.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jessica Wayne, Cobb County Community Development Director. Today, as you know, we do have our annual plan amendments, and as you'll recall, we just did the full update of the comprehensive plan in the fall. So we did not do as part of that effort, there was an extensive update to the land use plan. So the items that we're bringing today include 5 that are zoning decisions since the update, and then there's 1 commission-sponsored proposal. So first I'll go over the zoning decisions, and I'll just go one by one. The first one here is ZD14. This is located on the northeast side of Mapleton Parkway, at the southwest side of Cardell Circle, north of Honeycutt Road. Currently, the future land use for this property is priority industrial area, and is being proposed to be PIA and low-density residential. So this is in District 4 with the rezoning that happened last year. It was rezoned for proposed use of climate-controlled self-storage as well as single-family residential. So what's being proposed would be in line with the new zoning on that property.
Okay.
And I'm just going to keep moving forward, so stop me if you have any questions. The next item is ZD21. This is property located on the north side of Waldrop Circle, west of South Cobb Drive. This property, the current future land use for this is CAC, so Community Activity Center. It's being proposed to be changed to low-density residential. That property was rezoned last year for single-family residence. So again, this would be in line with the rezoning that was done last year. The next item is ZD34. This again is in District 4. This is property located at the northwest side of Old Bankhead Highway at the terminus of Ricky Lane south of Veterans Memorial Highway. Currently, the future land use for that property is Community Activity Center and being proposed to be changed to medium density residential. This property was rezoned last year for single-family residential use. Our next item is ZD4-2. This is in District 2, located on the east and north side of Daniel Street, on the west side of Cooper Lake Road. The existing future land use for that property is medium-density residential. That's being proposed to be changed to public institutional, as that property was zoned for the use of a private school last year, so that would be in line with that. And then the final zoning decision amendment would be ZD 5-4. This again is in District 4, east side of Hicks Road on the south side of Grindstone Drive. This property, the existing future land use category for that is low-density residential. The property was rezoned to allow for a convenience store, so the proposed future land use classification for that property is neighborhood activity center. With that, those are all of our ZD items. So I'll move on to the one commissioner proposal that we have, and this is CP31.
The convention that you're stating seems backwards. You said CP31 here, it has
Or
CP13.
CP13, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just trying to follow.
Yes, that's correct, Chair, thank you.
Okay.
It should be 1-3 because it's the one and only commissioner proposal, and it is in District 3, so that would be
Okay.
1-3. This is at the southeast side of Wade Green Road, north of Wooten Lake Road. Currently, the future land use for that property is medium-density residential. The proposed future land use is low-density residential. That property is currently zoned, it's 4 parcels in total, and those parcels are currently zoned R20, so that would be a low-density residential category. So the proposed future land use would be in line with the existing zoning on that property. And that concludes all of the amendments. I'm glad to answer any questions. We also have Mandy Elliott here from our planning team, who's been very involved in putting together the plan amendment package. And I'm sure that she'll be able to help us out if we have any questions as well. Thank you. And also, just as a reminder, Chair, this is something that would require a public hearing. And for this public hearing, it's a little different than zoning in that each speaker would have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take these one by one, starting with the ZDs?
Okay.
And are you going to walk us through this?
Do you want to open the public hearings individually for each one?
That's what we've done in the past. I know there's only 5.
Okay.
So maybe, I think you're walking through them in bank would suggest that we have a hearing for them in bank. And seeing that we don't have a lot of speakers, I'm amenable if that's what you're setting up here, for us to take them all at the same time.
Yeah, I think that would be appropriate, especially if some want to speak on more than one instead of having to come back up a number of occasions.
Okay, sure. Yes, we can open up our public hearing to take an unlimited number of speakers. You could speak for a total of 3 minutes. See, here's the thing. If they speak for a total of 3 minutes and they're here for more than one item, then they only have 3 minutes for multiple versus them being able to come up and address their issues from each one, 3 minutes.
Well, if you would prefer, Chair, to do them one at a time, there's only 6 of them in total. I'm glad to walk it through that way with you if you'd like.
Please, yes, just to give someone adequate time if they have multiple
Excellent.
concerns.
I think that
Thank you.
sounds great. So the first item that we would ask you to open the public hearing for would be ZD 14 at the northeast side of Mapleton Parkway on the southwest side of Cardell Circle, north of Honeycutt Road. And this is in District 4.
Okay. All right, for our public hearing, anyone is able to come up and address this item and this item only for a maximum of 3 minutes. And you can go ahead and approach now. All right, seeing no speakers, help me, do we have staff recommendations for this, or do we just go through the PC recommendation, John or Jessica?
The Planning Commission recommended approval of all of the amendments that were put forth. They were all unanimous with the exception of the commission proposal. That was a 3-1 vote with one of our planning commissioners out.
All right, with that, Commissioner Sheffield, I'll turn it over to you.
You want to just make a motion? What's the?
Yes, please, motion to approve the ZD1 for.
Okay. Thank you. I make a motion to approve ZD 1-4 or 1-4.
Second. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is ZD 2-1. This is located at the north side of Waldrop Circle, west of South Cobb Drive, located in Commission District 1.
All right, thank you. If we have anyone here who'd like to address this item, you may do so at this time. We'll take an unlimited number of speakers for a maximum of 3 minutes apiece. All right, seeing no speakers, Jessica, if you can tell us, okay, you already told us the PC recommended approval, so I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner Richardson.
Okay.
Is Gambrel? I apologize, I see okay. This convention is different. I think it's usually district dash number, but, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Gambrell.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ZD 2-1.
All right, thank you.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion? All right, call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Okay, this time we'll go back to you, Commissioner Sheffield, for ZD 3-4.
I make a motion to approve Z.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
The next item is ZD 3-4, located at the northwest side of Old Bankhead Highway at the terminus of Ricky Lane, south of Veterans Memorial Highway in District 4. We'd ask the public hearing to be open.
Okay, if we have any speakers for ZD 3-4, you are able to approach at this time. All right, seeing none, I'll turn things back over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve ZD-3-4.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. And now I believe this is for you, Commissioner Richardson, but we'll go to Jessica first.
Yes, thank you. The next item is ZD 4-2. This is located at the east and north side of Daniel Street on the west side of Cooper Lake Road, and this is in District 2.
Okay, if we have any speakers to address this item, you may do so now. Seeing none, Commissioner Richardson.
Motion to approve ZD 4-2.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 5-0.
And the next item, final zoning decision item, is ZD 5-4. This is located on the east side of Hicks Road on the south side of Grindstone Drive. This is located in District 4.
Okay, Commissioner Sheffield. I'm sorry, I'm going to open up the hearing. Are there any speakers? All right, seeing none, Commissioner Sheffield.
I make a motion to approve ZD-5-4.
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Okay, now we're on to Commissioner proposals, and we have just one in District 3.
Yes, this is Commissioner proposal. There should be 1-3, located at the southeast side of Wade Green Road, north of Wooten Lake Road, in Commission District 3.
Thank you. And do we have any speakers for this item? I knew there was a reason somebody waited to the bitter end. All right, you may approach at this time, and each of you have a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon. I was going to try to lighten up some of the situation here, but given that I only have 3 instead of 10, how are you? Thank you for the prayer this morning and the Pledge of Allegiance. It's good to be a Southern boy. So normally I would kind of ad lib, but I am
I'm sorry,
going-
sir, for the record, may you tell us your name?
My name, my name. I have to ad lib that too. My name is Joseph D. Clemente.
Okay, thank you.
So I would normally just speak, but I would like to read the notes I was given by Andy Johnston. He has been representing the 3 communities impacted by this decision. So if you would, please forgive me, I'm going to read from notes. This is the only MDR property in this entire section of Cobb County. All the area north of Wooten Lake and Hickory Grove is LDR. Everything is R15, R20 family homes. The MDR classification of this one property's, in this man's opinion and mine, serves no purpose. Last year, rezoning case Z-7-2022 was opposed by a large, well-organized group of citizens, including a coalition of 3 by nearby large neighborhoods, Parkwood Commons, from which Andy Johnston resides, Greens Crossing, frankly, I don't know exactly where that is, but it must be close by, and Chestnut Hill. I am a member at large of the Homeowners Association of Chestnut Hill. The PTSA at Pittner Elementary Group was part of this effort, and there were supporters in over 60 neighborhoods in Cobb County representing over 3,500 property owners. 60 neighborhoods in Cobb County representing over 3,500 property owners. That rezoning called for a 32-unit townhouse plan that was not compatible and consistent with the nearby neighborhoods and existing properties. There were three main issues. The proposed density was too high. 2, the project would create a dangerous traffic situation at Pittner Elementary School. 3, the development would cause serious rainwater runoff issues for both Parkwood Commons and Chestnut Hill. That is my particular concern. These issues were the direct result of MDR. This MDR proposal, if it stayed that way, opens the door to townhouse, multi-unit, and commercial development on this property. None is appropriate, and I agree with this 100%, or positive and would have a significant negative impact to the area. The change from MDR to LDR as proposed would allow for future use that is better aligned.
Sorry, your time is run.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was
Yeah, and
expecting, by the
I
way,
should have told you
10
that-
minutes, not 3 minutes,
Sir.
and that would have been nice to know.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I apologize for not letting you know there is a clock, too, that's also on the podium. Yes, and recognizably, you've been here all day for 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
My name is Jerry Devers.
And Jerry, just want to let you know, again, there's a clock up there for a maximum of 3 minutes that
Okay.
can help you with your time.
It already had started, but anyway.
We'll give you 3 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm the grandson, and my grandparents own that. They've owned the property since 1947. And what all of y'all set up here is nice, but the problem is that's what all the boards have said in the past, and that's not what they've done. They literally put all the subdivisions that's opposing getting anything on this property, and they oppose having anything on the property is the problem. They even admitted it in a meeting, said they didn't want anything on it. And so the problem is the road wouldn't even be where it's at if my grandfather hadn't let him put it through his property to move it. That's what created the shape the property is now. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be an issue now. The commissioner said, well, when we put the Publix in, that'll make your property be more valuable. It's going to be commercial now. You can put a strip shopping center in since we were allowed to move it years ago. Well, guess what? Now they don't even want any of it in. And then you want to go down to even lower density houses, it's not designed for that. So it makes the property unsellable, which means you're giving them what they want. When all these subdivisions were put in, everyone, probably 95% of the people that lived in the area wanted the low density. They wanted like Clearwater Estates, 5, 6, 7 acre lots. The commission said, no, we're going to put them close. That'll make your property more valuable. Well, now that's the ones that are left there that's had to live with all this, it got rid of your whole lifestyle. They've had to live with it, trying to get out so they can have a life, and you can't even sell it. So it's technically like extortion the way it's been done. I'm not saying it's always that way, but in this particular case, that's what it's amounted to. It's all road frontage. Who wants to live on a 4-lane road with a public shopping center beside you and a school in front of you and no way to get in and out of your driveway? So how are you going to sell it to anyone at this point, the way you're trying to do it at this point, and zone it down instead of leaving it where at least medium density, if they had allowed what they wanted last year, which was very smart, everyone it impacted directly. I personally went and talked and knocked on their door that bordered it on the back. They didn't have a problem with it. The people that live subdivisions over had a problem with it. And because they even come out and said they didn't want anything on the property. And the people said that was adjoining the property said the only reason they opposed it, said were told that it was going to get clear cut. Said they didn't want it clear cut. That was not what even was being proposed. So I don't understand. That's been the biggest issue. There's been a lot of, Mr. Johnson said a lot of things to people that were not correct according to what I was told. And that's the reason he had so many people that were opposing it. And I don't think it's fair to make people that's lived there their whole life and dedicated this county and had so many people.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you. Staff recommended, or excuse me, the Planning Commission recommended approval. I'll turn things over to the commissioner.
The reason this is a commissioner proposal and not a zoning decision proposal is it was a zoning Z7 last year for 32 townhomes and on MDR. There, it is surrounded by R15 and R20 subdivisions that are LDR. You can see Parkwood Commons to the north and the east are R15 and LDR. The property, the way it's shaped, and Carl can speak to the runoff issues and the wetlands on the property. It's across from a school and a high-traffic area, but the statement from Mr. DiClemente was an email from Mr. Johnson, who was very involved with the zoning. The zoning was withdrawn, and that's why it's a CP, not a zoning decision coming before you. But the email, and I will provide the clerk with a copy for the record because it says everything. And it is signed by Parkwood Commons Homeowners Association, Chestnut Hill Homeowners Association, Greens Crossing Homeowners Association, and Bells Ferry Civic Association. So I would request that we reduce this from MDR to LDR based on the surrounding subdivisions and school.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Just ask that we put the map back up that was on the screen for the recommendation. Okay, if we look at the proposed map, the CAC, or the CAC, which is a commercial activity center, to the east has MDR, and I know sometimes we look not only to the surrounding zoning, but what would be considered a step-down zoning. MDR is a step-down zoning from the CAC to the LDR. So you're not having low density residential immediately to a CAC, which is a more intensity commercial use. A step-down zoning for that site could have been HDR, but I think MDR is moderate compared to a more intense residential classification, and it's actually similar to the CAC across the street that has a step-down of MDR. If you look at across the street of Wade Green Road, to the west is also MDR. So I just don't think it's unreasonable to consider MDR, and I'm very concerned listening to the property owner and the history of the site, while the existing residents who have much larger sites watches the encroachment of all of these higher, density properties occur around them. And then when they get ready to move, now they're subjected to having to be behooving to those that intensify the development around them. And I feel that's a very tough situation that's going to limit their possibilities. And they've been at a detriment because what we don't want done to all those neighbors did to him. So unfortunately, it's a chicken and the egg thing. This can keep going on forever, but I think one of the principles that helps to limit that is just looking at the step-down nodes from the commercial that was put, adjacent to his site and saying, okay, we can moderate we can moderate that use and not go completely to LDR. We can give you MDR versus HDR, because he could have asked for MDR. He could have, and that could have been a step down zoning consideration. So I just feel very concerned about what we're limiting our homeowners who have been here for a long period of time to, based on others that have encroached on their space. I think the MDR is a great balance.
I think Kelly had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner, yes.
And Commissioner Burrell, I know this was a case that you had asked me to cover for you when you were gone from the board. And I know when I was doing a lot of researching and looking, while the property on the west side here is MDR, the way the board used to do zoning back when these subdivisions were done, and you can also see it on the property on the east, is they did the larger lots to the exterior of the parcel and then did the smaller lots to the interior. So even though on the west side it's MDR, the lots are developed much larger like you would see in LDR. That is also the case on the subdivision that this is adjacent to. In prepping for the zoning that was withdrawn, part of this property is going to be very hard to develop due to the topography. They were going to have to construct a retaining wall in order to support the road that they were going to propose for the homeowners to then be able to access the backs of their homes, their garages, since they didn't want to have multiple driveways off of the front. Again, with garbage trucks, school buses, delivery trucks, it was going to put a potential burden on that driveway and access for the residents. So while we have to have sympathy for the property owner and all of the changes that have come along, we've also got to look at what the property can reasonably hold. And as far as the homeowners not being willing to have anything, again, in prepping for this case, I had an idea that I floated by the homeowners, and they were receptive to it. So there is an opportunity for development of this property that the adjacent homeowners would support.
I don't think my comments are oppose what Commissioner Gamble is saying either, because I also look at it from a cost perspective. If there are all those considerations on those lots, then now you're going to spread those costs out to less homeowners, which are going to have to pay more for the development of that infrastructure, considering the natural topography or those other challenges to the site. But I don't know. I'm looking at how we balance the interest of our newer citizens and our citizens that have been here longer. And I'm looking at that, and also how we balance the step-down node from the intense commercial and the PI that's across the street. What is that?
Pittner Elementary School, Cobb County School.
Okay.
And there's a median on Way Green, and there's a lot of U-turns and traffic, and it's just, the density for this, even though it's MDR now, when it came in for zoning, 32 townhomes on this was too intense.
MDR goes up to what? Our
5.
Okay.
2.5 to 5.
For MDR, it's a range of 2.5 to 5 units per acre.
It should be RA5. Okay.
Could be RA5.
Okay. Commissioner, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Sheffield.
Just with respect to the topography challenges, and I hadn't visited the site, so I'm just going based on Commissioner Gamble's comments, and even some that were shared at the zoning hearing. My concern is in reducing this to LDR, there likely are going to be challenges in building and developing a single-family community. The application that was before us last year was for 32 townhouses. You know, I don't know if that exceeded the number based on the MDR category, but if we were to hear another townhouse zoning application, then perhaps consideration can be given at the number that we approve, because, you know, I'm concerned also and sensitive to the seller of the property. And while, you know, on one hand, we're sensitive to developers who have a constitutional right to develop and build their property, you know, on the other side of that, we have a seller that's having challenges in selling his property, in part because of the topography. So I'm a little uncertain about the LDR category for those reasons.
And I just, go ahead, Commissioner Wood.
We did ask for a straight R20 plan and even an R15, and the developer was not interested in that. He only wanted the 32 townhomes.
Did he share why he wasn't
It
interested in
wasn't
developing?
feasible, I guess, for him to build.
Okay.
To build it at that. I think R20 would allow 14 homes. And I don't remember, John, do you remember R15?
Okay, thanks.
And
But
then,
it's been MDR for I don't know how many years, and it's been vacant, so I don't know. I mean, LDR, I think, still gives it a usable, makes it a usable property for R20 or R15. But there are runoff issues and stormwater management, and part of it where the point goes is not buildable.
I hear that.
It's a complicated piece of property.
Kind of reminds me of the matter that we denied earlier, and I can understand issues on both sides when you share that. And you're right. I mean, we are not eliminating their economic use or viability. You're stepping it down, so it may be less. I do want to clarify a comment made by one of the speakers. Having this MDR does not make you more subject to commercial development. MDR is still a residential classification, and again, it's not HDR, which is more akin to higher intensity uses like commercial. But again, I just want to be mindful of MDR versus LDR. And I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Burrow, because I'm thinking of the first case that we heard here today, when there is a higher density that was desired, but we were concerned about stormwater issues, and we wanted that density reduced so that that there would be lesser impact to the surrounding parcels. So that's a consideration that you're also including. I can see that more than some of the other arguments that I've heard. Oh, do we have any more discussion on this? We have a motion. Was there a second on the motion? Thank you, Commissioner Gambrill. All right, we'll go ahead and call the question. I can't do this anymore. Okay, the motion passes 5-0. I believe that concludes today's zoning hearing. Thank you everyone, for your patience today. Thank you, commissioners. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
You're welcome.